Hello, hello. Good morning. Wow. I hope you had a nice week and you're having a nice morning. Where am I at with stuff in this game? Okay. So, I have my mech with guns and shotguns, I have my mech with missiles, and I have my mech with a variety of things. I think I want to change out the missile launcher on this one. Like the rocket launcher in the left arm, I don't think it's very good. It'd be good if I could get another Vulcan for it. Two Vulcans. And also maybe another laser for it, although that weird missile thing it has where the missile's like... where it creates like explosive gas that tracks back to the mech is sort of interesting. I don't know, I generally like to like double up on the same weapon, or I guess quadruple up in case of this one. I feel like just shooting one weapon at somebody doesn't really do sufficient damage. So it's kind of tricky to have something that has like 4 different weapons. It depends though, that's one of those things that it actually works for like your enemies in this game and not for you. That one's shielded. I mainly want to edit this one so that the missile count between the top and bottom is more similar. So I have to make the arms heavier and the shoulder weapons a bit lighter. It'll probably bring the total count down a lot, so it'll only really be good for shorter engagements, but I don't know, I'd rather just be firing all 4 cylinders every time. But this is a good mid to long range option. I still have to work on the mech that has like close range weapons. I gotta figure that out. Okay. I feel like that's a sufficient warm-up. Alright, let me check the schedule, and I think I know where I'm at on the rankings, but let me just be sure. Okay. C-class tomorrow. What is the challenge today, actually? No optical camouflage. I could try that. That might not be bad for this one, because it'll it'll keep it from Why is every option part listed here? This one... Yeah, there we go. Morning? Hey Cass, how are you? Good morning. How was your week? It's the weekend. The weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. I'm gonna try to do a challenge mission where there's no camouflage, which means that nobody can dodge getting locked down by my missiles. Mostly didn't do anything much. Days like that are pretty nice, though. Better a chill week than a busy week? Yeah, real. Although it can be good to be a little busy, get stuff done. But I'd rather be chillin'. I'm a chiller at heart, to be honest. Nobody can avoid getting locked on, so the biggest concern I have... is, running out of ammo. Where are the two helicopter points? There's one in the middle. Is there a second one? I might have to bail on this. I'm taking a lot of damage. Why does everybody use melee? Alright. Yeah, damn it. I tried to run. I wasn't expecting that match to be so melee heavy. I'll be honest. But yeah, my week was pretty laid back, I guess. Not too much going on. I got a couple of good pulls from my daily Pokemon cards. Yeah, they have the Gen 4 cards now. Collecting cards is really fun. I got like the Garchomp card. A lot of ones I like. I really like ground type Pokemon. It's so weird to see Pokemon I don't recognize, because like up to Sun and Moon I knew like all the Pokemon. Like I was a pretty big Pokemon nerd. But now there's like 2 or 3 generations of Pokemon I don't really know that well. How much money do I need to fix my chip? There has to be a better way to navigate the server. Brother, can't be going circles like this. Alright. Okay, I need 12,000. Oh, it took a bit of damage, actually. That's kind of rough. Alright. Let me put the stealth system back in this mech, and then I'll look at what I can sell. Oh, and they finally added trades to the Pokemon card game. able to see it. I still don't understand what this does. I just bought more land in the metaverse. It's only worth to write and put those bones in, yeah. Gotta save up. So you gotta play the long game, that's all. I do wonder what that guy's luck is up to. The metaverse was such a weird project. Those like future forward kind of shit, it just never like... I feel like it's never clearly defined like exactly what they mean. It's sort of the problem. Like Zuckerberg said all this stuff about how like the metaverse was like the future of online interaction. It's like, okay, but like like how far in the future? Like what are we talking about specifically? Oh yeah, funny because they made Pachirisu an EX card, and it just reminds me of that guy who won a natural with Pachirisu at his team. Base, to be honest. I do like all the Pikachu likes. Pachirisu's the squirrel Pokemon, right? Am I misremembering? He's the little white and blue squirrel. Yeah, this guy. I love him. I love all the, like, Pokemon likes. Let me sell this compass. I think what I'm trying to do with this compass is what the surround radar actually does. So I'll sell this compass. And one of these. I love all the Pikachu-like Pokemon. They're always so cute. Okay. Let me fix up my chip. Although I still think like Pichu and like Plusle and Minel are like the best ones. They're so cute. These little guys. They're so silly. I wonder if the, like, that one anime special with, like, the Pichu siblings inspired Plusle and Minel. Okay, let me go to the hangar. I'll put the radar in this one, switch to my other mech. And then tap in for C rank. Why does it take like a little bit of a hit off of speed and jumping? It's not a big deal though, so that's fine. Okay. Switch back to this one. Alright, did I fix my tree? Yeah, I did. I remember. Do I have enough money to join the match, actually? Shit. I might have to go sell something else. Wait. I'm broke. Yeah, I really like the Pokemon card game. I'm glad it's like actually focused on card collecting. That's such a like they get it moment. I still say like I knew a lot of people that, growing up who had Pokemon cards, but hardly anyone played the game was the thing. Like people just had Pokemon cards. Very few people like even knew how to play the game. I'm sure some people did. But it's like people just liked having cards. Everybody wanted Charizard. And I feel like still now a big part of that hobby is just collecting. Like I'm sure they... I don't know, does anybody play that game professionally? I'm sure they have tournaments and whatever. But Pokemon cards are just cool to have. Where was I at on this C rank? Do I have the ranker unlocked? Okay. Back to old reliable. I feel like this is kind of the better setup. The other ones have specific uses, but it's like near mid. It suits most engagements better. Alright, so I haven't got to the ranker yet. Ah, I guess still has a shield. Nice try, idiot. Ow, ow, ow. Why am I taking so much damage all of a sudden? Ah, fuck, I made it to bail with just that. I had a couple of kills, but I don't want to die. Let me check the schedule for like D ranks and stuff. I need to build up a little money so I can modify the 2 mechs I built recently. Jump repair. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with these 2 chips. I feel like it's better to just focus on one and actually level it up. But maybe I'll change my mind. It's mostly because of the way that you equip the chip to yourself and not to the mech in this one. Because in the first game, you actually, the chips were part of the mechs, so it made sense to have one that was like specialized to each mech. And they did have the level up system, but it was not really as detailed as it is in this game. Let me check the schedule. Hey, Sentai. Thunderbird, hello. How are you? Good morning. How was your week? I hope it was good. What's on the schedule? A class, D class. Okay, I'll go to tomorrow for D class. Which, where do I still need C rank for? Daytime C rank here, nighttime C rank here. Day. I need both. Both. Okay. Oh, I got both here. So, Hong Kong, Cairo, and Stuttgart, I don't have either C rank, and Tokyo, Las Vegas, and New York, I have one. Okay, I got it. I should be checking the shops for parts, because I have some stuff I could sell. And I have some guns I want to buy. Missile pod. Now, is this the laser for Hartman? I didn't know they just sold this. 180. Kind of rough, though. $26 ammunition? Jeez. That's kind of bad, actually. Heavy particle beam? Do I have enough stuff to sell to get it? I don't think so, right? Okay, I could sell these 2 armor pieces for 40 each. I'm not gonna sell the stock yet. Okay, so I have about like 90. I don't have enough for that laser gun right now. I don't know if I want the lasers for that mech. I should have a mech that specializes in lasers, although I'm a little bit wary of the fact that you actually need ammunition for lasers in this one. In the first game, they just needed to recharge. They kept the charging system for some reason, but now they added ammo to lasers. Which I still don't get if the weapon is like... If the weapon is like electrically powered, like if it doesn't actually have like bullets in it, I don't see how it would run out of power before your mech does. Does it just have a separate battery? And if so, why? Even from a gameplay perspective, the advantage of lasers in the first game was that you didn't have to worry about ammo. Otherwise, they were just really good guns. Oh, there's more stuff to break up here. I didn't know that. Can I climb up higher? Whoa. I actually didn't know about getting up here. Is there any point to it though? Is there anywhere else I can go? Can I jump in there? I can't be too comfortable even though I'm in a D rank match because it's still always possible that some like blue name like out of place person could hop in the fight and kill me. So I gotta be careful not to relax too much with an easier fight. Oh wait, let me get that ammo before I accidentally shoot it. $11 kills. My person's full shielded. Ah, bro, he got away. I'm still frustrated with how stingy this game is with money. It's not like the first game was crazy generous either, but at least like if you got like 20 kills, if you got like over 15 kills like where I'm at now, you'd at least have enough where if your mech got destroyed, you would like break even. You know? It just seems like they give you less money, but they charge you more. And it's weird why you would make like playing the game less viable like way to be successful at the game. Like I just don't understand what would drive that decision. Because the first Phantom Crash still took me a while to beat. It's not like I just brushed through it because I got money too quickly or anything. Like, I do understand the idea of, like, by giving you less money, they're pacing out the game differently, but it just seems sort of excessive. Well, that's why that guy did so much damage. He was the ranker. I like it if I got more health back. I might fail. Let me just use up the rest of my ammo and I'll get the hell out of here. Or maybe I should just go. I always want to stay and fight more to get more levels for my chip and more money, but I always kind of push it over the limit. Yeah, excuse me. It's just really easy to die in this game. Oh, jump skill. Alright, so if I sold those 2 armor plates now, I'd have 11,000 or 110,000. Let's see, what has he got for sale? Yeah, nothing in particular today. Is he selling gold though? Detects high temperatures from optical beams. I don't really understand what that would mean in the context of things. Like if I was getting shot with lasers, I think I would notice. Dalmatian? Well... Mauve white urban camouflage? Urban camouflage where? Where the fuck? What urban setting would this work as camouflage? They're in an especially purple city I don't know about? Oh, this is pretty good. KTA paint kit? B rank. Do I want to push it? When's the next C or D? It's free class tomorrow, okay. I probably shouldn't push it then. Let's not push our luck. Okay, let me check the shops and I'll tap in for free rank. SRAM launcher. What part is that? Oops. EMB Carbiner 9/8? I don't recognize that. I don't have an empty slot to take this apart in though. I'm kind of curious, it does seem like they sell some parts on mechs here and in the like brand shops that they don't sell in the store. Maybe I should open a slot just to take mechs apart in. Grenade gun. SRAM launcher. I'm interested in the SRAM launchers, but these aren't targeted, so I feel like it would be worse than the other mech I have. I like the naming system where everything is sort of named in its own language, but I do wish more. I do wish they had more like just plain language included in the names. Like, none of the names of the parts actually indicate what it is, except for, I guess, the photon parts kind of do. Proton launchers, fire 2 missiles at once. Okay, let's tap in for free rank. Oh, there's only one helicopter port here? I must be misremembering. I thought there were two. Okay, so I'll just stock that one then. Why am I like detecting somebody? I don't even particularly see a cloaked person. Are they like underneath? Ow. I'm kind of sad. I liked in the first game the the like lock-on system would beep at you. I always feel like that's a better indication. It does still in this one, but it's just not as loud. Maybe I could turn it up. Yeah, nice try. No escaping. How many people are there in this rank? Is there a free ranker? I assume so. guess I must have missed some people. Okay, got my health back. Alright, I think I'll leave, actually. Oop, jeez. Yeah, I think I'll see myself out. Spider mix. Okay, so now if I sell, I'll get like 150,000. If they don't have anything good in the shop this time, I might sell those parts and then go modify mechs. Let's see. Buy mods, arm. Oh, the sniper rifles. File hammer, file high speed projectile. Zapper, commercial. Okay, let's sell these. Then I'll modify my missile mech. Edge work. Do I have to switch mecha first? I think I just customize it. Yeah, let's get the list. Okay. So, Pollock, make these heavier. I'll make these ones lighter. I don't think I can even out the ammo, but I should at least be able to bring it closer to even. It's like BADC. Okay, got it. Oh, it's C class already? I thought it was D class first. Okay, so C, free C. Alright. Let's try to lock in here. My current goal is still just to get the rankers to come out. And then once I get a good look at them, I can try to kill them. Oh, okay, I didn't like the ranker here. Let's see what he's got. It's a KHT type. He's got the punching thing, he's got a machine gun, he's got the EMP missile launcher. I'll try to wait until I have like full health and then take him on. Ah. Maybe I should just leave actually. I think I'll consider that mission accomplished. Okay. So that C ranker is unlocked. Boost signals for better remote control? What does that mean in particular? There's so many of these mods that like it says some shit like that and it's like, okay, but like in practice, what does that actually mean? Yeah, I don't get it. Do I have enough to repair my chip? If not, I might just switch him out into free rank anyway. 4,000. Okay. Let's just equip one of the other chips. Or actually, I just unequip him. Okay, let's go into free rank, earn some money. I'll repair my chip and then I'll try the other C rank. Why is it just like not damaging that guy? There we go, jeez. A lot of ammo into that one dude. Darn. Oof. Well, I'll just sell the gold and fix the chip anyway. Ugh. The Mechanist. We'll sell that gold nugget. And then we'll go to the shop and fix the Tiger chip. And then back to C rank. Kamen Rider Gap has been super good so far. I'm wondering if the leaks are like getting worse though. Because I knew what the Pudding Rider and the like new Evil Rider would look like months before they came out. And they just managed to leak Gav's next super form by like announcing shirts. Which is so funny. I think it was like one of Cross Thieves forums. There was a build guy who got leaked because they announced like underwear merch that had his like final form on it. I don't know, it seemed like for a minute Toei was getting better and they had cracked down a lot, but I feel like the leaks have been getting worse recently. Hard to tell. You know, if Toei was really serious, the thing to do would be to, like, actually, like, start leaking things themselves and, like, control the flow of information on that and, like, direct the leaks to, like, hype up the big toy purchases. Like, they should have been leaking stuff to push you to want to buy Dread. That's what I think about that with Kamen Rider Zin. Zin actually wasn't leaked at all. It was one of the few times, like, not even the next time preview gave that away. Like, bro pulled up, nobody was expecting him to look like that. Or anything. Like, nobody knew about that until he actually walked on set. But it's like, I don't think the laser raised riser actually sold that well. Animal AI? Yeah, Animal AIs. I got my tiger. I am surprised. I know a lot of the toys that are coming out. As far as I know, this season is not going to have like the LED premium Bandai guy. It's been the last like 3 years we've had the LED belt. And it at least seems like, unless they announce somebody new, I know like months ahead of time what's coming in Gav, and there's nobody with the LED belt. Like the special, like the Demon's Driver Dread. Are you watching these Sentai shows? I feel I legally can't answer that. I have means. I don't know. DM me. I'll recommend an app to you for unrelated reasons. You know. Although you can just watch Kamen Rider Geats on fucking YouTube now. Tokusatsu, who are super fucking based. I don't know if they're allowed to do this, but like they have distribution rights from Toei to sell like DVDs and Blu-ray of Geats. They just uploaded the whole damn thing to YouTube. I feel like that there's no way their agreement covers that. I would be astounded if Toei let them do that. Unless they pulled some hectic contract negotiations that let them get away with that. An alternative services. Yeah, but just for unrelated reasons. There's apps I like that are good for, you know, file transfer, that kind of thing. They have good encryption. No, nothing to do with the conversation. The other conversation at hand. Totally unrelated reasons. But yeah, Geats is, you could just open YouTube. You could just watch Kamen Rider Geats right now, the whole thing. Over the course of like 8 hours, they just uploaded the whole show to YouTube. That's like the whole Witch from Mercury show is also on YouTube. Yeah, but I mean officially. Like Tokusatsu has like licensing rights, or I forget how it works exactly. They're partnered with, I think it's Tubi. They're partnered with a streaming service, and they also sell Blu-rays and stuff. And they got the rights to Geats like a year or two ago. And now it's the show from like 2 years ago. Like, it's pretty recent. A lot of their shows, like, if they were uploading like Kuga or something, I feel like Toei wouldn't care that much. But like, Geats is super recent. I feel like Toei wouldn't be okay with that. Apparently official? Oh, for Gundam too? I don't know where Bandai's at on all that. I feel like Bandai would understand the Super Eye Pro approach. Although Super Eye is just based in general. But they would understand that that's like good for toy sales. I would hope that Bandai understands at some point that they don't really make money on those shows. And that they just want everyone to buy an aerial kit. Although they don't make money there either. It's kind of complicated. I love this guy's paint job. They were selling the aerial, like, high-grade kits at a loss. They've been doing some crazy work. I saw some of the details on the builds for the G-Cucks, whatever, out of the... I should stop making that joke. I know how to pronounce it, actually. But, that thing can, like, bend all the way over. It's crazy. Okay, damn. I didn't know the ranker was like that. That's crazy. That was like 1 second. Man, are Vulcan guns that good? That's crazy. Maybe I do need 2 Vulcans. Immediate death. But yeah, if you look at the model kit for the new Gundam, like the new top line one, it can bend all the way over at the waist. Like all the way over. It's crazy. I didn't know you could engineer shit like that. Namco, I'd buy Digimon figures if y'all bothered. I don't know where Digimon figures are at. They should do model kits of like... There's gotta be an Omegamon model kit, or Omnimon, whatever you want to call him. I'd be astounded if there weren't. I know I had a toy of him at one point, like a plastic toy when that movie came out when I was a kid. But there's gotta be like a proper... like model kit of him somewhere. I mean, he's basically a robot. I hope they do more stuff with Digimon. I really like Terriermon Assistant. He's so cute. My Oshi real. Okay, the next C-Class is in a couple of days. How much money do I need to fix my chip? I did see they're coming out with like some kits for Front Mission Max and for Zone of the Enders Max. In like a month or two, they're coming out with a fucking Vic Viper kit. It's crazy. All he gets is cards, really? I do have the cards for Terriermon Assistant. I said that on Twitter, that I carry around a picture of my Oshi in my wallet. And that really is how I view it. I don't know, they could lock in more on Digimon. What's the next Digimon show? Is Ghost Game already done? I haven't been keeping track at all. I would hope that there's a Digimon game and anime in the works, but I'm very unaware. I never seem to hear about... I'm not following Digimon as closely, but I never seem to hear about those ahead of time. I'm a little tapped out on Digimon. Although I heard good things about Ghost Game. A-class. Okay, let's skip till tomorrow and we'll do the D-class fight. And then I should be able to make enough money to fix my chip. Also, I'm surprised they don't have like a Digimon card game app. You know, Yu-Gi-Oh has a game, Pokemon has an app. Like, come on. let's get with the program, you know? Ghost Game, I think, is finished. I think so too. It came out a while ago. Are they doing a new anime? As far as I know, they did finish up with Ghost Game, because it's just based on like when that started airing. I would assume that to be the case. And they did Digimon Survive. I don't know where Digimon is at with stuff now, though. They had a movie or two with confusing names. Oh, they got movies coming out. I can't keep track of all the movies. There's still a lot of the Digimon movies I do have to watch. I don't know, I should lock in and just watch more Digimon. Man, I liked Digimon so much as a kid. I feel like people don't understand, like, I was talking to Ash about this, like, when Digimon Adventure was on TV, and Digimon cards were selling, and they had like all the toys. Like, there was literally a moment in like the late 90s, early 2000s where people legitimately thought that Digimon could compete with Pokemon. That was not true, but there was like a clear perception. Like, you could feel it. Like, it did feel like a legitimate competition where Bandai could have unseated the Pokemon company. That turned out to be incorrect, but like, it really felt like, you know, there were Pokemon kids and there were Digimon kids. Because like, Digimon Adventure and like the first couple of animes, like Tamers and everything, that hit like that hit 90s kids in America like crack in the inner cities. Like, that was crazy. That was something else entirely. But Digimon kind of fell off. I feel like the Digimon games were just too much more obscure, and generally Digimon didn't have like the total media dominance that Pokemon had. Because, oh, good morning, Windbreaker. I do finally remember seeing kids in the grocery store scanning barcodes. Oh, the barcodes toys. I remember those. There's a whole bunch of those, not just Digimon. Those are neat. Man, they should go back to doing shit like that. They literally used to make, like, cool electronic toys like that were, like, you know, give kids something to do in the grocery store. But now every kid has their damn phone. They know you be on that phone. So don't make shit like that anymore. It's tragic. But yeah, there was like... I feel like what the problem was that, like, you know, almost every kid had, like... You know, not every kid, some kids had, like, PlayStation and Xbox, but, like, most kids had a Nintendo console. They at least had a Game Boy or something, and they, like, most kids played Pokemon. But, like, not a lot of kids probably played Digimon games. Like, Digimon World 3 on the PlayStation is more obscure than any Pokemon game that exists. Pokemon is like Pepsi. It showed up first. That's a big part of it, but, like, Pokemon was just everywhere. Pokemon had toys, it had games, it had the fucking... Remember those... I think they were McDonald's toys where it was like a Pokemon, it was a Pokeball, it was like a Pokemon toy, and it was like a like a fake gold-plated Pokemon card or something. Like, it was a little disc. Like, Pokemon just had, like, absolute media dominance. There were toys, there were games, there was the show, it had movies, it had comics, it had everything coming out all at once. And, like, you might watch the Digimon anime, you might even, like, have some of the toys, but you wouldn't really know about the games unless you had a PlayStation and you were really locked in. Did it debut as a game first, an anime, or a manga? I don't remember. I'm trying to think of when the games came. I want to say the anime started first, and then the games? It was around the same time, though, because I remember as a kid I was playing Yellow while watching, like, Gen 1 Pokemon on TV. It had Nintendo safe for families backing. The Pokemon Company, it's just like the rollout of media. Like, they're... you know, they were selling, like, the Pokemon Monopoly game. They had just complete media dominance. Pokemon was literally everywhere, and year over year, it just expanded. Digimon, like, most kids probably just knew it for the anime. Like, you know, there were games, but they were, like, on PlayStation and stuff, and they just weren't as well known. I feel like if PlayStation had, like, the PSP at that point, it might have been a different situation. But, like, the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advanced periods of time, like, that was a whole different thing. It all dropped together. It had Nintendo, yeah, on Fox. Yeah. Man, I miss, like, the Fox box and stuff. It's always crazy to think about how much, like, good anime was on TV. Even though they were weirdly trying to hide the fact that it was anime for some reason. Like, I mean, there's always the famous, like, jelly donuts line, but that was literally a thing where companies were trying to... They literally thought, like, anime was too Japanese for American kids. I still don't understand this thinking. Like, I know this is true because there's a lot of records of this being talked about in American boardrooms, but they literally thought that, like, anime and manga and stuff wouldn't sell in America if people knew it was Japanese, because, like, Japanese things wouldn't sell with American kids, which is, like, it's literally, like, the most wrong assessment ever. Like, they couldn't have possibly been more wrong. I have mad respect for people that really like Digimon, but no offense, some of those designs stuck. I feel like Digimon generally has more variety. Like, there's a lot of really weird but ugly Digimon, but then there's, like, Pokemon doesn't have shit like Omnimon in it, or War Greymon, or any of that kind of crap. Like, I feel like it's sort of like a bell curve where I would say on average Pokemon and Digimon are about the same, but the quality of Digimon is more spread out, where you have more really bad designs, but you also have more really good designs, where Pokemon kind of cluster more around the mean. Localized for an American audience? I mean, the biggest example to me is always the Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon. Because they literally commissioned that instead of, like, translating the OVAs they already had or making a new show, because they thought that, like, you couldn't sell an anime in America. So, like, they put that on they put that Mega Man cartoon on television literally a year before fucking Dragon Ball Z started airing in America. Or I guess it would have been Dragon Ball first, but, you know. Or was it? I'm trying to think. Ash sure isn't red. Don't you mean Satoshi? In the anime, it's Satoshi, and then red is in the games. Doesn't Xenogears rename characters for their JP versions? I forget. I think it did, though. It'd be cool if we got more anime ported here for kids. I mean, it was a variety. That's why I almost respect... Well, Haim Saban is a very complicated person, but I do appreciate the work he did in importing anime and tokusatsu shows. And, you know, like, him and, like, 4Kids get a lot of flack that they do deserve. that I will not contradict. And maybe even they don't get enough criticism in some ways, but they maybe don't get enough credit because, like, people who are going out of their way to bring anime over, like, that, it was really a different time, and, like, that whole period, like, late 90s, early noughts. Yeah, they did do that to Mega Man. It's so great. That show is so funny in so many ways. Sexy woman X every random object is up and down. They do have a lot of sexy woman Digimon. It's always weird as hell in how many of the Digimon are just people, because if you've ever played, I think it's the World games. In some of the games, they keep the Tamagotchi mechanics where the Digimon, like, need to eat and poop and everything. And it's really a different sort of experience to see Angemon, like, just take a dump on the floor. Because, like, that's a guy. Like, that's just a person. Like, it's weird if he does that. I know he just acts like an animal in those games, but that's also weird. Like, he's clearly just a man. He's clearly just a grown-ass man. They say most anime is kind of trash nowadays. I don't know. I don't know if I would agree. I don't watch enough, like... I have to think about that. There was always a lot of trash anime, because they were always churning it out. I feel like the better ones have just been remembered. I don't know the general... I don't watch enough anime coming out to comment on, like, just the general quality. They did do that to Mega Man, but I also found Delmise and the Anchor Pokemon. I'm a little behind on all the Pokemon designs. I'm like, I'm like up to Sun and Moon. I know most of them. Didn't know Ash was Satoshi. Rename localization or something? Yeah, in the games he's Red, but in the anime he's Satoshi. Okay, let's skip 2 days. And then I'll do D before C. Most anime TV, whatever media is bad. If you enjoy it, great. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super. I'm watching. I watch mostly older anime, so I don't have a good feel for anime coming out, except for like random stuff I hear about on Twitter. I feel like there's still good anime coming out, but it's just a sort of different industry now. The general quality is 500 isekais every year. Yeah, I feel like, you know, we eventually they're gonna move to a new genre. You know, I mean, like, we're talking about Digimon. The Digimon animes, most of them are isekais, like, literally. It's just, like, they were isekais before the tropes were even established, really. So you don't really feel that they are, although in some ways they do hit a lot of the tropes, but, like, not as hard. The tropes are just more established now, and there's, like, there's literally, like, novels and web novels coming out every day that, you know, hit all the greatest hits of isekai. So, I don't know. I feel like when novel writers start, they gotta move to a new genre. I don't know what it is, but they're really beating isekai as a concept to death. I think we're not gonna get any classic anime these days. Like, in 20 years, people are still gonna be talking about Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, One Piece. Well, I mean, One Piece is still coming out. I don't know if it'll be the same for shows like Chainsaw Man or Dan to Dan. I like Dan to Dan, but I mean, like, it's difficult because Dan to Dan is, like, heavily referential. I feel like your engagement with Dan to Dan is kind of dependent on, like, how much you like Ultraman and know about, like, occult shit. Like, it heavily references so many things that I feel like the average person can't really engage with it. I do appreciate that the author of it is just a freak who likes a lot of the same things I do. But I feel like that's not, in a weird way, Dan to Dan is good. I like the manga, but I feel like it's not fit for a general audience in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, like, nothing will hit us hard. The thing is, like, it's like, you have to understand that, like, some of those works are just, like, generational because of their authors. Like, not everyone can be Akira Toriyama. I would put JoJo up there, with Araki, and of course Watsugi Oda with One Piece. The Naruto guy I don't think that much about, but he did a pretty good job. But it's just like, you don't get a lot of Akira Toriyamas. Like, that guy was just on some different shit entirely. He didn't even he himself wouldn't even understand, like, what was so good about him. And Akira Toriyama and Araki is just a lunatic. You should see, I always think back of, like, there's a thing on, like, there's a comparison between, like, storyboards of big mangaka, and, like, Araki's shit is just literally insane. Like, it's just, like, random, like, it looks like the scrawlings of a lunatic, and it really is. And, like, the degree that Araki is, like, obsessed with, like, movies and fashion, like Araki has a mind that you could study for years and not understand. It's so weird. He's such a crazy guy. I love him. You get generational talents in, like, Akira Araki once every few decades. I would, I mean, like, we have gotten them every few decades, but it's like, I don't know. It's just like, nobody's quite moving like them. They're very different guys, but it's like, they're like, you really just need guys like that. I don't. There's a lot of, like, novels and stuff that I like that become manga and then anime, but I don't feel like anything is quite on that level. Like, nobody is quite an auteur. like we just don't have a lot of people like that. You know, and I would put, like, Go Nagai, Satoshi Kon, what's the Ghibli guy? You know them. But there's, like, a lot of guys I would put in that category. Ishinomori. Like, that there's just, like, guys that push the industry and, like, develop works that are remembered. Miyazaki, yeah. Like, it's not that, like, modern anime is bad or anything, it's just that you need guys like that. And there's still Araki. I would say Oda kind of falls in that category. I like One Piece. But it's just like, you know, I feel like if you had some lunatic like that writing isekai stuff, it would still be good, you know what I mean? Like, it really just comes down to it, you need that sort of artistic vision. You just don't, you know, even like the Tatsunoko brothers, like you just need like complete lunatics like that, and I just feel like there's not. What if we made isekai was but good? We did back in the day. I would say Lamune, or Battler Dunbean. What's that one I always forget the name of, that like shoujo mecha? But there's a lot there. I mean, Digimon again. Digimon literally is an isekai. It's not even like Inuyasha where you could argue it meets the tropes. Digimon is just flat out an isekai anime, and most of the seasons are. Virtually all of them, actually. S-rank character, S-rank world, S-rank plat. That's mostly Korean comics. Climbing that tower. You've done it, you cracked the code, lol. I really feel like if you got some like Go Nagai type lunatic who really liked isekai, he could crack something out that would that would really change the situation entirely. Give more crazy people directing gigs? I mean, yeah, kinda, basically. We do really just need you that I would say is the sort of X factor that, like, where anime is good or not. And, you know, the Space Adventure Cobra. There's like a lot of there's a lot of like anime that were really good because they were, you know, made by people who were driven, who had like a clear artistic vision, who were who were in some ways complete lunatics. You know, I think that about movies too. It's like, you know, people dog on like Marvel movies and everything. It's just the problem with the movies that we get is just that they're like uninspired. And that's not because they're like derivative. I mean, Godzilla -1 was technically derivative, but it's just good because Yamazaki is like that guy. And that's what I mean. Like, you just need people like that. Like, in some ways, trying to separate the art from the artist is backwards because, like, art is defined by the artists of the time. You know, so it's like, I just think a lot of stuff is just sort of churned out, reheated slop, and that's sort of the problem. It's not necessarily the content or the tropes or the genre. It's just that you need you need people who are pushing the medium. And it's like they don't all need to be like really high-minded people like Araki. Like, literally, Akira Toriyama never thought much of his, like, talents. He literally just didn't know. That's so funny. There's so many stories of Toriyama where, like, people who joined Shonen Jump would finally get to meet him and they would be, like, blown away. And he literally, like, wouldn't get it. Like, he's like, oh, you like Dragon Ball Z? That's cool. It's pretty fun, right? Like he would be like their hero and it would be like the biggest thing in their life, and he just like, he literally wouldn't understand why they liked him so much. He's so funny. I miss him every day. Like, he went to his grave not understanding how talented he was. Like, people would straight up tell him how much they liked his works and him as a person, and he just, it wouldn't even register. Toriyama is just Kid Goku fumbling around in the mountains with a pen. He was literally just having a good time. He was just making stuff up while lying to his editor and smoking. I always love, everybody should read Dr. Slump because there's a lot of little shorts about that Toriyama writes about himself and his like process where he talks about how he always like lies to his editor because he wastes time like making model cars instead of working. So then his editor will call about his upcoming deadline and he'll just start lying. And that's like not like an excerpt. That's just like his standard practice is that he has trouble working. Bro cannot be asked to like work. He would constantly like, even when he was working on like Dragon Ball and stuff, he would just smoke and ride around on his motorcycle and make model kits instead of working. And then like he'd get calls from his editor and he would just start lying to them. And that's like that's standard operating procedure for my guy. Gaslight, gatekeep, girlbot. Like bro had hobbies. Like that was literally something he said too about Dr. Slump, is that like he would literally he would like set aside a day to like do storyboards and write stuff and like do work in art, and he would immediately get distracted and start fucking around with like toy cars and stuff, and the whole day would pass and he'd be like, yes, thinking and working hard like just isn't for slackers like me, actually. I was just not built for this. Bro's so funny. That's why he drew so many good vehicles in Dragon Ball. Yeah, if you look at a lot of the like, especially like the chapter cover stuff, that was the thing. Like Toriyama was an amazing artist, he just hated working. So like when he was drawing something he wanted to draw, he would get really into it. And he would constantly screw himself over. That's one of my favorite excerpts about him, actually. There's two excerpts that are basically the same, where like when he was planning Sandman, literally everyone he knew told him that was a bad idea. And he insisted on it. Like his editor told him it was a bad idea, like all of his other contemporary like mangaka told him it was a bad idea, and he insisted on making Sandland. And then like immediately he was like, damn, it's really annoying to have to draw a tank in every panel. This sucks, actually. Who came up with this stupid idea? And then he managed to do the same thing to himself again when he designed Imperfect Cell. Because like Cell, he just made Imperfect Cell based on like what he thought it was cool, and then when he liked the design, and then he immediately hated it because he hated having to draw all the patterns and plates. Like he was just like, Cell was just too annoying to draw. Like bro shot himself in the foot. He's like, who designed this character? This sucks. I hate drawing this guy. That's also why like Frieza gets more simplified like when he hits final form, because like you can tell that like, ah shit, they get ripped apart. Darn. But yeah, you can tell that like especially forms like 2 and 3 were just kind of, he just designed whatever, but like the final form is specifically made to like be easy to draw. That's why it's sleek and simplified. And it looks good, it like works really well, but there's a clear intention behind the design that he wanted to make things easier for himself. Oh, hello, Poner Geist on YouTube. Yeah, new Digimon stopped being aired in America after a few seasons? They went back and forth. A lot of them just get censored. Final Form Frieza is some iconic stuff, but yes, I agree. Like, Final Form Frieza is a good design and is extremely iconic, but it is worth pointing out that he was specifically designed that way to be easier to draw. Like, compared to, like, if you compare, like, the third form to him, like, there's a clear intentionality there, which is that he wanted to make things easier for himself. Alright, I need to get some money. Can I sell anything? I should have bailed on that fight before the ranker showed up. That's what's missing for most modern authors, not normal, not manga gaming hobbies. I mean, it's just being like a weirdo, basically. Like, Akira Toriyama was just a very driven guy. He was thinking about a lot of weird stuff. I mean, that's also something I like about Dr. Slump, is you can tell literally what he's thinking about at the time. like Dr. Slump will randomly just become like a manga that's obsessed with motorcycles or something, and that's when he, in real life, bought a motorcycle. And there's like a lot of moments like that. It'll, you know, like Arale will just be talking about like anime he's watching on television himself. I don't think I want the SRAM launcher, actually. Plans on looking for stuff to sell. I don't know, it's just kind of how he thought. I mean, like, Dragon Ball itself is just a parody originally of Journey to the West. And he just kind of went from there. And it's also like, it's based on the fact that he liked Kinnikuh Man and like martial arts movies. Like bro was always just kind of talking about things he liked was the thing. Like, people that overanalyze his writings are sort of missing the point, because he didn't put that much thought into the writing. I like a lot of his characters, but like, bro was just kind of talking. If you sort of step back and understand him and his like work process, I guess you could call it, bro was always just talking about the things he liked, and that defined all of his works. And Araki's like that too. Like, people talk about how like all the JoJo characters are just crazy and do all these potions. That's literally because Araki like reads fashion magazines religiously. And he's like he's up to date on all the crazy fashion trends all over the world. Like, that doesn't come out of nowhere. That's not just because he's like weird or something. That's because he's passionate about like fashion and clothing design and like photography. And even the like character designs, that's all sort of definitive. That's like in JoJo, that's all defined by the kind of movies he was watching. That's why when he was watching like Arnold Schwarzenegger stuff, they were all like buff macho men. He just really likes music. That's why all the stand names are named after. Yeah, he's super into music. He's super into fashion. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you need people that are sort of like driven and obsessed. American Weeb, yeah, he's a Westaboo. Real Westaboo. Yeah. I mean, like, Hideo Kojima's like that, too. Like, all of Hideo Kojima's work is defined by his, like, hobbies and obsessions. Like, you just need people who are just, like, lunatics. You need people who are obsessed with their fixations, and they are artistically driven. They have a clear vision for things that's influenced by like things they know a lot about, like and it doesn't have to be anything in particular. Like, one of the new chapters of the manga note says something about, wow, this Sabrina Carpenter person, this is some good read. I mean, he's on that grind. He knows about stuff. I gotta keep reading. Like, if you get his book on like manga in theory and practice, it's literally like insane. Like, it talks all this shit about like art history that's like you wouldn't, if you took like a literal art history class in college, you wouldn't learn about it in that way. Like, he just has his literal like he doesn't just have his own like artistic process. Araki has his own theory on art in general. Like, he has his own theory on art over the last like 2,000 years. And he talks about just crazy shit about what he thinks about like design and writing. And that's just the kind of people you need if you want good entertainment. You just need people who are like crazy. You need people who are totally obsessed, who push things. Like, you need people who will push the industry forward. Happy. Okay, so he has 2 Vulcans. I feel like I can't kill this guy, but I'll see what I can do here. I feel like this... okay, never mind. Okay, I'm sorry. Nope. Okay, I saw my health dropping like a sack of hammers. That's not gonna work. Rainbow. I do like his paint job. It's pretty funny with the smiley face on it. Yeah, I'm gonna need a better mech to take that guy on. My health just drops too quickly when he starts firing those Vulcans. I can't keep up with that DPS output. Let's see if we can kill the other D ranker, otherwise I'll go to a different area. Golden Guy was really like that too. If you know, I like all of his mecha stuff, obviously, but if you read stuff like Devilman and Cutie Honey, it's like very inspired. That's also true of the Tatsunoko brothers. Like, they were obsessed with like movies and especially American comics. And you can see that influence if you watch, if you go into Speed Racer, if you go into Cash Earn. It was like really defined by the fact that they were buying American comics off of like US troops stationed in Japan. And they were just like, they were really obsessed with that. That's really what defines Speed Racer. That's why Speed Racer is like an American character in so many ways. Like, he's red, white, and blue. He's got his steering wheel on the correct side of the car. He never loses a gunfight. It's really just because they're Westaboos, but it's more just because they had an obsession. Like, they're really thinking about stuff, and they like cars. And I think about Casher and the way Friender is, if you watch Hellhound Liner, like that, I forget what his name is, that specific mangaka was really obsessed with dogs turning into vehicles. It's a very, he liked cybernetic dogs that turned into, like, machines, which is a very specific obsession. But, like, Friender is cool. Hello, Sentai. Hello, Bread. How are you? I'm getting my ass kicked in C rank. I need a better mech. But it's okay, I'll get more money soon. The next stock sell in the game is coming up. I was just obsessing over Digimon and a lot of things, really. People do have things that they're autistic about, but those are the people you need. Those are the people you need in entertainment. Whether it's comics or video games, you need people who are, like, obsessed, who are artistically driven. Who have, like, a wide and extremely deep knowledge about certain things. And I don't know. It's like, you know, people were talking earlier, like, they don't think that, like, isekai is good, and it's like, okay, I agree with that, but, like, the reason you don't have, like, crazy good anime coming out, like you did in, like, previous decades, is just because I don't know, you just don't have guys like that. You know, you have Watsuki Oda, you have some guys, you have Araki, you have some guys like that around, but, like, we need new guys like that. I don't think the Chainsaw Man guy is like that kind of person, is what I'm saying. Kind of like that post I keep seeing up, the best way to get better at your art is just be a freak. I mean, a lot of the up-and-coming mangaka, like the guy who made the Nagatoro's anime and stuff, like, that guy makes porn. And there's a lot of popular mangaka who are coming up like that, who are just hentai artists. You know? And they're really good at proportions. They're really good. They have a really, you know, well-practiced character drawing style. Yeah, 774 is his hentai tag. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's just what bro, you know. Yeah, it happens over here too. Listen, I mean, like, you gotta practice anatomy. You gotta be drawing. You gotta do those sorts of studies. It's what it is. Why am I getting killed all of a sudden? Jeez. Alright, I gotta play it safe a bit until I get my health back. Ah! Okay. And memeable faces? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to get into his other works, but he was practicing drawing girls' faces like that a lot. He has a particular type, let's say. Invincible Season 2 trailer came out, and it was like, wow, this looks so good. People found out they were a porn artist. Yeah, the guy who works on, what's that one French cartoon? I forget the name of it, but he literally released part of it as porn. You can find it on fucking eHentai. Balak? No, it's a different one. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. It makes sense that the end of the manga had a streaker omake plot. Yeah, I think I gotta move to a new area. The C rankers here are unlocked, but they're just beating the hell out of me. Let's move on to Europe. But yeah, I mean, like, it's not just porn. It's like, I mean, Toriyama was like that about like cars and machines and stuff. Like he just sort of obsessively doodled stuff like that on his own, and he got really good at it. Zentai plots had streakers, and he slipped it into his Takabon releases of Nagatoro. Listen, bro's a freak. You gotta give it to him. And I'll forgive him. You know, I have opinions about like Nagatoro and, you know, rom-coms in general, but they do get together at the end, so I'll let it go. Like, there's a lot of romance animes that don't resolve themselves. So, in a lot of ways, he's bringing up the curve. I think about that with, like, Toradora and how they get married at the end. Like, you know, there's a lot I can forgive if you'll give me that. if they really get together at the end. There's a lot more I'm willing to put up with, actually. Uzaki, Komi, Nagatoro all brought up the curve. Listen, I just like to see... I like to see people happy. I too wish a brown woman bullies you. I mean, hey, you know, you gotta live your life. It's just how it is sometimes. Okay, I guess I'll go to Cairo. Didn't Komi start falling apart at the end, though? I didn't actually watch Komi. I know people like that. I remember seeing a Twitter meltdown on that. Well, I don't trust, which anime is that? Komi-san can't communicate. Someone said it dragged. Oh, I don't trust people on Twitter, but I haven't watched the anime, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I would not defer to the opinions of people on Twitter. So, hard to say. Yeah, we can read it and think, hey, this is fine. I don't know, I'll look into that. Nothing more annoying than a romance anime that doesn't actually commit the romance. I mean, that's the problem with most, like, harem animes, is they'll leave things ambiguous. Which I always hate. You know, like, I'm sure people have different preferences or different things, but I do like when stories have an ending. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, everybody has their favorite girl in whatever show, but it's like, if the main plot is the romance and those sorts of character interactions, I would like the story to have an actual conclusion. Maybe that's asking for too much, but it's what I want to see happen. 90s animes did this a lot? Yeah. You know how it is. That's sort of almost the conceit of a harem anime, because, like, I feel like that sort of story almost wouldn't work if you had, like, a definitive, like, correct, like, girl. Even if there is, like, a clear frontrunner, you kind of need all the girls to be equally likely, or it sort of takes away from it, and and that's why that story structure is bad. Although there's, you know, there's a lot of different harem stuff. I don't know. I like Tenchi Muyo. I don't have I don't have room to complain. There are legitimate complaints to be said, but I can't be trusted on that. I always wonder if I should rewatch that one Tenchi Muyo anime where it's the like little cousin and he's and it's an isekai where he pilots a mech. I'm always wondering because I think about that one every now and then and I don't remember enough about it, and I'm worried I'm worried if I watched it again I would realize it was bad. I don't know if it's bad or not, but I liked it the first time and I'm sort of wondering if I should go back and like rewatch it to like tap back in on that, or if I should just like is this a Gundam Wing situation where I like the anime for the first time and I should just be satisfied with that. Because, I like Endless Waltz, but a lot of Gundam Wing is a hard watch. Like, I've tried to go back and watch Gundam Wing again. I hate those boys. Like, it's terrible. Some of the worst characters. Some of the characters I hate the most ever of all time. And I liked that show as a kid. But it was not as good as I remembered it. I really betrayed myself by trying to watch that again. Amagami was the anime that give you a new girl every 3 episodes. Oh, there's a lot of animes like that. Like Infinite Stratos. There's, I mean, there's just a ton of harem animes. I wish fulfillment stuff is always like a risky proposal. I give any harem a pass when it's a bunch of guys instead of girls. I'm gay and I wish I was a girl in that situation. Oh, what, like reverse harems? I feel like there are bad ones of those too, but they're not nearly as oversaturated. So, like, you just don't have as many examples, so you don't have as many bad examples. Talking about harem quintuplets really pissed me off because the main couple in the end was half-baked. Like, Miku and Nino had more development in regards to the MC than Yotsuba. That's always sort of the problem, is like, it's just like, you know, if you introduce all these girls, you just gotta pick one at the end of the day, and it's, you know, I feel like it's better to just have, like, a smaller cast and have a more definitive romance. I know they're trash, I just want to be romanced by a bunch of guys. I mean, play more Otome games. Tap in on visual novels, cast. It's, that whole world is waiting for you. There's a lot of content to cover there. There's a whole genre for you. Huh? We were receiving a call from Flint. Hurry, meet me at Hardwired. Well, I'm busy. Yeah, Otome games? Listen, you just gotta play more visual novels. You specifically, you're talking about Otome games there, but everyone should play more visual novels. I gotta tap in harder, too. I've been trying to get through some. I have a couple I'm trying to play. Reverse harems are niche compared to the... Oh, I mean, that's why they have the like, hyphen. That's why we say reverse harems and not just, like, also harems. It's because, I mean, there's just more men in that industry. There's more straight men writing manga and novels like that. But there are some girls in Japan who get their freak on about that. I don't think Amagami is a harem. It's more like a multiple roots and a VN. I mean, it's like, some things lean more into harem than others, but if it has a harem, it has a harem. Like, you know, if it's like, there's some media that definitely focuses more on the harem than others, but like, if there is a guy and there's a bunch of potential girlfriends he's always interacting with, that's sort of, you know, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is what it is. I mean, it's like, it's the same way that, you know, you wouldn't say that, like, Evangelion is a harem, but you would sort of have to concede that it was. Like, even if you focus on, like, Shinji's character story and the mecha stuff and the broader story arc, like, it was just a harem. Like, you would have to, at some point, no matter what you argued about Evangelion, concede that it was a harem anime. At least we get some resolution and romantic interaction instead of 24 episodes of teasing. Listen, people, teasing sells. I know everybody complains about teasing, but it really pushes a lot of those stories. Evangelion was in verse harem. Shinji got no bitches. He got tons of bitches. He just didn't know what to do with them because he was dealing with stuff. Because he was violently depressed and he had his own problems to deal with. He wasn't thinking about all that, or he was thinking about other things. He was busy replaying that one recording of his mom talking in his ear every back and forth. That's so funny with the Walkman, where he, you know, in the first couple of episodes, you could be convinced, like, oh, he likes music, and no, it's just like 3.5 hours of his mom talking. Wait, that was his mom? Yeah, the tape recorder he's always carrying around. It's just a recording that his dad made of his mom talking, but that Gendo threw out when he was, like, also going through it. What? Yeah. There's a part where it shows that, where it like falls out of his ear and you can hear what it is. That, like, there's no music on that cassette. Literally, it's just a 3-hour recording of his mom talking that he just keeps playing over and over. That's why the World God Only Knows for me is the best harem. That's the World God Only Knows is funny because it's like, it's almost the best parody of a harem anime because it's so self-conscious. Like, it's literally like God himself forces a VN obsessed nerd into like doing a harem on purpose. And he like literally games it out. There's also that funny part where there's the one girl he knows where he doesn't want to romance her, so he tries to like reverse harem it and get her with a different guy instead of dating her. And he's like, wow, a lot of these sort of dating tricks work on men too. Mainly the MC being most interested character compared to the girl. He's really doing it different. He was moving in a whole different way. That's what makes it work as a parody, is he's just so self-conscious, but he never breaks character. Like he's so locked in, and he's such a weirdo. Like, there's literally the bit in like the second or third season where he's literally talking about like, clearly this is a conspiracy organized by a higher power who selected me to be like the harem king intentionally. And people are like, wow, that's arrogant. And he's like, no, I'm just assessing the situation. I don't think I'm that good, but clearly whoever arranged this did. Like, he just has this like lunatic conspiracy theory based on almost nothing, which is exactly what's going on. I watched that 5 times and I didn't know that. Yeah, that's a big... Shinji is, like, not okay. That's the biggest thing you need to understand about Eva, is from the start, Shinji is clearly deranged. Didn't he stroke his beef till he was off to that audio, too? Shinji had a lot of problems. Shinji, as a person, he had a lot going on. He needed therapy desperately, and he never got it. The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, Really Love You is also, I always think of that one panel where it's just like a literal wall of text. It's so great. I heard something about how the MC actually cares about... Yeah, he's based. I haven't read a lot of that manga, but the MC is really, he's up there. Bro is just too locked in. He's ready. The thing is, like, that 100 Girlfriends is insane and silly and stupid, but like the MC is literally him. Like he's nobody is quite doing it like he does. There's a fourth wall break where he's literally like, yeah, the author of this work sucks. This is all his fault. Does the 100 Girlfriends have a dub? I don't know. I know they got an anime. Probably it has a dub, I would assume. I feel like that would. Yo, Sen and Toradora, over here. Come on, hurry up. I swear we're gonna go crazy from waiting. Then we'll be just like Skyn. Hey, Sen has stuff to do too. Oh, this guy finally got a new avatar. That one he had before was so scary. Even a PTBR dub? I'm still in shock. Hey. I mean, you know, like a Brazilian dub? If you're talking about a Spanish dub, those There's a whole industry down there in like Argentina and stuff. Thinking NTR, I don't know about that. That's a tough one. So that's a risky proposal. There are a couple of guys like that though. You could find a mangaka like that. I mean, we did just spend like 15 minutes talking about manga, so we did keep them waiting, Lamau. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a Brazilian dub. Well, like there's a whole I forget when exactly. There was, I guess in the 80s, because it was around the Metal Hero time, there was a big like immigration of Japanese people to South America, and they just established a whole industry of like adapting Japanese work. So there's a lot of really good Spanish dubs. Like fucking Saint Seiya is popular down south, south of the border. They just have better taste is the thing. From what I understand, there's a lot of women that like NTR. You have to understand that like a lot of the hentai industry in general is made by women. Like Japanese women, I mean, it always has been. Literally, like, you know, like all of yaoi, a lot of NTR. There's a lot of like the big genres in hentai are just made by women. I mean, you know, that's where Clamp comes from. That's how we get Cardcaptor Sakura. Like that's just that's just how the industry is. If you didn't have horny women in Japan, we wouldn't get Cardcaptor Sakura or any of the other Clamp works. You wouldn't get fucking Magical Knight Ray Earth unless you had horny women. Those are some real... I mean, I was talking before about people who are obsessed and who are, like, artistically driven. I would put Clamp in that category. So God praise the Fujoshi. Listen, they're putting the work in. You have to respect it. It's just like... It can't be understated how big of a part of the industry that is. On all levels. From independent artists and fan works to professionals. There's a lot of women who are just, you know, who are just artistically driven, as as I said before. It's just what it is. Hey, Sen has stuff to do too, you know. What? Just like Skyn? How dare you? Stop changing your looks and put some credits into a decent mod for a change. Mind your own business. Embryo is just fine. Rock, you need to watch your mouth. Come on, stop fooling around. Look, even DD's fed up, and we were the ones who invited her. No, she got her old avatar back instead of the pumpkin one. Whatever. Anyways, what do you guys want? I'm on a case, you know. I don't have time for this. Yeah, they, for some reason, is able to fund anime franchise. For example, Demon Slayer. Would you see I've been putting in the work for 15 years? I mean, longer than that. At least 30. You have to bring it at least back to Saint Seiya. That's the, you know, that was a cultural inflection point. A lot of Fujos like touch for some reason. You know, they have their tastes. A lot of Fujoshis are reading like JoJo and stuff. Is the thing. Like they, you know, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of manga that they like. You wouldn't necessarily expect. Yeah, they like their JoJo. I mean, again, that I love Clamp. I've read a lot of Clamp's works, including some of their early artistic endeavors. It's I mean, it's definitive. You need to understand how they get to Cardcaptor Sakura. It's all related. I still can't believe that fucking the Clamp anniversary event where they had that animation made and it has Joshu in it. Terrifying. They were screaming for Doppio when he debuted in JoJo's All-Star Battles. Let's go. Sorry, but you won't be disappointed. When I heard this from Lynx, I felt like there was some alien that was gonna pop out of my chest. Mwah, you'd die if that happened. The match should get postponed again and Firo would be a complete mess. The truth is, Sen, Flint's going up against Bogeyman. Hey, I was gonna tell him, why'd you steal my thunder? What, for the world ranker spot? To make a long story short, Well, alright. You know about Bogeyman's Invitational, the one they talked about on the news. Do you mean the one that Houston was supposed to be in? Yeah, the one that a bunch of people getting murdered in relation to? That one? They had another drawing to pick a replacement. They drew Flint's name. Well, good. Yeah, I mean, good luck with that. Don't get murdered. I'm a lucky guy. No offense to Houston. This way we could beat the crap out of that jerk Bogeyman in front of everyone. Their profile pic being animals is so cute. Yeah, those are the AI helpers. The chips. I do like them. Like, this is the sheep talking, not the guy who works with the sheep. Beatdown? You mean Flint's gone up against Bogeyman before? Yeah, about a year and a half ago. Bogeyman wasn't a first ranker yet, and Flint's challenged him to a one-on-one game. That's ancient history, Sin. Anyway, I hate everything about the guy. All those put-downs, he's gotta be nuts. I don't think he's nuts. Fujoshi splooshed over Gojo and Ken? I mean, hey, Gojo... Gojo is literally just like Goku for women. You know how it is. I don't think he's nuts, but I don't hear good things about what he says either, and he's a little prone to violence. See? We're gonna drag him through the mud on behalf of everyone out there. What do you think? Aren't you thrilled? You're setting up some death flags, my guy. I don't know about all this. No chance he'll win. Well, yeah, that's the only thing. That damn Bogeyman fights dirty. I mean, you could just win. That sounds like a skill issue, honestly. So if Lynx is going to be in the match too, you're going to have to team up, right? Right, if you can get some help from Lynx, you might just make magic happen, Flint. I guess I'll have to, huh? Alright, I'm off to talk to Lynx. See you later, DD and Sen. Come root for me on the day of the match. If you don't, I'll track you down and take real good care of you. Bwahaha. Aw, he's gonna get killed, isn't he? What a bunch of loudmouths. Later, DD, Sen. See you at the game. Oh, and sorry for calling you when you're so busy. If you can, though, please come cheer Flint on. Bye, Sen and DD. Yeah, sure, if I have time. Looks like they're gone. Am I the only one who didn't hear when the match was being held? Yeah, they didn't tell me. Nope, you're not, JJ. There's one fella who knows even less than we do. Hey, Flint, rock. What do you mean keeping that info from me, huh? Come on, Sen, we have work to do. This is gonna be another long, hot day. Yep. Gojo is another character the author hated, and he took great pleasure in killing him. I mean, hey, sometimes you need that kind of guy. I think about that with Inoue and, and that Sixth Ranger and Don Brothers. He hated that guy. It was really uncalled for the way he was treating him. A, B, D... Where's the next C ring? There it is. Okay, so I'll just skip ahead to day 11. I'll sell my stock. Okay, let's cash in. Does Rumiko Takahashi... Well, I mean, she's definitely a Fujo. But does she... Did she make any doshinshis? I feel like she's a little too pure-hearted for that, but maybe not. She might have a pen. I'm wondering about it. Cause like, I don't know, maybe she's like, maybe she wouldn't publish something like that. I do love Rumiko Takahashi though. One day later, Sentai found a squirrel inside his room, casually eating a pizza. Who, Ed? I told him, go squint yourself and drink all your Fanta too. Is squirrel Ed? Unless your fatal pulse and your art style is so distinctive you can't tell. I feel like people would recognize. That's the thing. If Rumiko Takahashi drew something, people would recognize it. Alright, let's cash in our stock. I still am a little annoyed in this game that you can't, like, select multiple. It's me, I am that squirrel. Dang, there's a lot of squirrel VTubers. I followed a Japanese VTuber on Twitter the other day who's also a squirrel. He's silly. He has a lot of silly art. How are you, Zell? Welcome in. How was your week? We were just talking about Digimon, and it spiraled off into all sorts of tangents. Man, I like Digimon. But yeah, I'm a little behind on the current Digimon situation, other than Terriermon Assistant. I'm always that's neither here nor there though. He's just so cute. Terriermon Assistant, my beloved. But yeah, I don't know where they're at in terms of like if there's a Digimon game or anime. Although there's some stuff. They gotta be coming out with stuff, though. Digimon Survive is the latest game? Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I think it's Survive and Ghost Game is the latest thing. But those came out like a year or two ago now. They gotta... Where's the new stuff? Where are they at? They've had some crazy collabs. But they always do. I'll check the shops, but I'll probably just reinvest most of this. Cleared Lost Belt 7, been hanging out with friends. Consider picking up streaming, but there's no sale for the hypothetical win for some reason. I don't know, you just gotta make it a habit, that's all I do. Namco has their cash cow FromSoft. Yeah, but I want Digimon, I don't care about their financials. I don't care about Bamco's financials, I hate them, honestly. Mental is stupid. Oh no, Minhara. Hang in there, Zell. I had more stock than I thought. And I can get like two and a half times this in the next round. But let me shop around for some stuff. They have to recoup their losses from Blue Protocol? Is Blue Protocol doing poorly? Oh wait, I'm thinking of Blue Archive. Which one's Blue Protocol? I feel like in my head I have that all mixed up. Okay, let me buy one of these. Zapper, commercial, it died on the vine. Oof. Oh, Vulcan. Okay. Heavy machine gun, assault rifle. Last Digimon stuff was in 2022. Ghost Game airing from 2021 through 2022. Survive was in mid-22. Yeah, that sounds about right. I was thinking Ghost Game was a few... That's why I was sure Ghost Game was done, because I remember it starting like a few years ago. I know it had a different sort of release schedule, but I didn't think it would still be on... It would still be airing now. KHT launcher fires up to 5 grenades at a low. I like what I have on KHT already, though. Okay. Let's go to the next day. And I'll buy anything good, otherwise I'll reinvest all this stock money. I don't know what they're waiting for, because honestly, just make another, like, Hacker's Memory or whatever. Just, the Digimon game before that, like, just make another one of those and just add more Digimon, honestly. The story can be whatever. I'm sure it'll be... The story in that was pretty good. Cyber Sleuth, that's the game. That took me a minute. But yeah, just make another Cyber Sleuth. Just add more Digimon. That's the main thing I want. I want basically Cyber Sleuth again, but with more Digimon in it. Like Cyber Sleuth is really good, and they released that on like every damn platform, so it's not like they don't know. And they basically made a second game into it. So it's like, just do that again. Just keep iterating. Like we have the formula. You just gotta lock in. That's what I think anyway. And they have no excuse for not just having Digimon anime coming out. There was a movie in 2023 that I missed in cinema. Yeah, I didn't know there was a movie recently. I'm always behind on the Digimon movies. I gotta lock in and just watch all the Digimon stuff that I'm behind on. But I want more. I always want more. Sequel to Adventure 02? Yeah. Okay. So let's see what they have in stock. It was fine. Some of the fights are insane, like Kaiju's fighting. Well, I mean, they do have, what's his name? Imperial Dramon. Imperial Dramon Paladin mode. Is it very K Panzering? Yeah, I'm satisfied with just having yes, parts gear. Okay. Solid state. Yeah, okay. So let's reinvest the money. They should put me over 1 million again. At that point, I might try to get a second laser for that one Italian mech. I still gotta get parts for the American and German mechs I have. I still don't... It's like, I've complained a lot about this mechanic, but the biggest problem, honestly, is just that I can't, like, just select multiple of these instead of button mashing to purchase a bunch of them. There's a lot of things I don't understand about why this game simulates an economy. But really, like, it's just the quality of life problems that are the biggest issue. That's always gonna be my biggest complaint. Convenience. Okay. SV setup. Yeah, it's fine. I should also probably buy one of the, like, another space. I have a space for every type of mech, but I should get a space to just, like, buy new mechs and disassemble them. Okay. So, let's switch out the arm to 2 Vulcan guns. Or Gatling guns, I suppose. That's actually not a bad idea? What do you mean? Which idea? The Digimon thing? Yeah, I just want more Cyber Sleuth. Cyber Sleuth was a good game. and they should just give me more of it. Listen, Bandai. Just buying Mecha and ripping them apart? I mean, that's, some of, like, the better equipment is just more available on mechs than it is individually. And it's like, so it would be helpful to just have an extra space so I could buy mechs. I lost hope in Bandai. I never trusted Bandai. I'm not a child like that. I don't trust them. It's not that I trust them or I have high expectations. I have demands. A little tricky to aim these, actually. They do put out a good amount of damage. How do I get up there? Oh, I see. But yeah, it's not that I'm, like, hopeful about Bandai. It's certainly not how I would describe it. I do not hope or trust Bandai. Yeah, this shoulder weapon is cool, but I feel like 2 lasers would be better. And I feel like lasers and Gatling guns would both be high output enough that I could just use one or the other instead of both at the same time, but they also do kind of line up the way they fire. But like, this just does crazy amounts of damage. So, I have to think it over. How do I climb up this? Can I just jump this height? I think I can. Yeah. Oops. I don't know, it's not like I have to be hopeful in Bandai. Like, they still put out good Gundam anime. Like, solid. That's all I'm really asking for. I feel like I have reasonable expectations. I do not hope for them, I do not trust them. But they've done a good enough job here and there. They have put out a somewhat reliable quality of work. I like how that little antenna on the right there, it goes up when enemies are closer. But if you just sort of wait in place, it goes down. I like all the little mechanical details in this game. They're pretty good. Wait, stupid question. Yeah? I'm stupid. That's me. What's the question? I wonder if 2 lasers would be too heavy, though. Does that antenna go up close to somebody who has an optic camo up? I think it's mostly just when I'm moving, but I think it would still work because it's probably just based on the radar system. Like the little arrows that come up on my targeter, those still come up even if, or like this guy is cloaked, but I still see the red, like, sighting thing, you know? Alright, I'm out of ammo. This build is coming together pretty well, but the bigger problem I'm having with all my mechs is ammo. Stretch. Yeah, I think I'll try to replace... Wait, hold on, let me see. How heavy is this thing compared to the other one? It's about half as heavy. What's my total weight? Max payload. Okay, so I'll need to make the legs heavier and probably the guns lighter. I think I can get another laser onto this, though. I should buy a decal. Okay, but I'll stick with this one for now. Oh, I did want to try, I got the taser for that, the German brand. Assemble. I feel like I'll have to make these, weapons a lot heavier for this build to work. Yeah, these punch like twice as hard, but this one disables, it has an EMP. I think it works on the cloaking and the targeting. Yeah, let me try this out. I don't know if it's better to just have two of the better punching. You still kind of only use one melee weapon at a time, though, so it might be better to have more options. Bandai still makes games. People always buy the next Gundam game. I gotta tap into a lot of the Gundam games. I should go back and play the Blue Destiny games again. Really hectic war crimes by the Earth Federation. The exam system really is something totally unacceptable. That's less of a war crime and more of an affront to God. I thought Gundam Breaker 4 would go under the radar. No, that was pretty popular. I didn't play it a lot, but people do be liking that. Yeah, I feel like this makes more sense because I can only really use one punch at a time. Maybe I should get the armor plates, though. The reason I have the grenades is so I could decloak enemies more than anything. Spooter butt. Yeah, this one has 4 legs. The other one has 6. I might switch the leg type. I don't know, these legs are pretty good, though. But yeah, I feel like I have to make the melee weapons harder. Maybe I'll switch out one of the grenades for the EMP grenade type too. Go Tachikoma. It do kind of be a Tachikoma. And I kind of want the Tachikoma model kit. I haven't watched a lot of Ghost in the Shell stuff actually, but the Tachikoma model kits look pretty good.
The Power Rangers!
What? The Power Rangers? See what? I should just add for one of the movie nights, I should just do the Power Rangers Turbo movie. Like you don't really even need to watch Power Rangers Turbo. We should just watch the Power Rangers Turbo movie. You guys don't need don't worry about the context. It's just such a good movie. I'm kind of excited for the next movie and the watch along, the one for Wednesday, because the trailer is literally just like it starts with a totally unrelated story about like a teacher at a school that's closing, but the kids want to do a music, like a theater performance, and can they get the performance done before the school shuts down? And then aliens invade the Earth, and the teacher's like, yeah, I would just step in. I would just handle it if that happened. If it was me and aliens were going to destroy the Earth, I would simply step in and take care of it. And it's by the fucking Ginga S guy. I didn't know that. I don't know if I trust it. Like, it's tough. Ginga S is good, but it's like not as good as Ginga. But like, not in terms of quality. Because like, Ultraman Ginga was just really unique. it had a lot of good qualities that set it apart from other Ultraman shows. And Ginga S is just Ginga, but like more similar to the rest of the series. So in that way, it's worse. Personally, I would come along for movies, but they don't have to worry. Look, the 2 watch-alongs on the weekend are in the morning, and then the Wednesday one is at night. Which, I mean, is just based on my work schedule. But, like, I feel like there's content for everyone. I don't know, I could, like... I don't want to say... I don't want to say that I would do anything to those DVDs to get, you know, you and Ash those movies, but... You know, we could work something out if you wanted to watch them on Friday. I don't know if I would have time myself. Well, I might. I don't particularly do anything on Friday, but it's also I don't have a lot of free time. Although I like that. It's sort of good for me that I'm just always doing stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's also why I kind of... It's not why I decided, but I would kind of be opposed to doing a movie night on Friday nights because I think Ash would stay up for it. And that boy needs more sleep. He's always staying up. Okay, when's the next C rank fight? I am optimistic about kaiju movies. There's a lot of indie tokusatsu stuff actually going on. I already forgot the name of it, but there's that thing that stars the Kamen Rider. It stars Hiromi. It has my guy Kamen Rider Demons of all people. Toei is crazy if they let that guy off contract. He was so good. They should have made that guy a fucking Red Ranger. They're crazy for letting that guy go anywhere else. Okay, let me see the schedule. Okay. DBC. I was considering starting a watch-along stuff on my end, but suddenly I have no good ideas and only a few who watch anime on the regular watch isekai stuff. Well, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of anime that I want to watch. So it's like, I'd rather just watch it with people. Like, I do like watching stuff with people, but it's like, I personally want to watch all those anime and movies regardless. You know, I gotta work my way through all the Brave stuff at, you know, the Brave animes are just ones I haven't watched, but those are classic Mecha stuff. And like a lot of that. And I was kind of pieced out on tokusatsu stuff for a while, so you know, I've watched some of the Heisei Kamen Riders, but, you know, there's some I don't remember, and there's some I just haven't watched as much of. So, you know, it's like... I do hope more people show up. I do try to get people to show up, but like I want to watch all those shows. Like if I didn't do the watch along, I would just watch that stuff on my own, you know? It's like it's stuff I want to watch regardless. It's not that I'm like looking for stuff to watch. First time I joined an anime watch party was for the Noils. If you want, actually, let me get an invite to the Discord. I keep forgetting. I literally said last week on this stream on Saturday that, like, I should pin a Discord link every time, and I've already forgotten. Let me get a Discord link. But yeah, on after this stream at like 11:30, we watch tokusatsu stuff, and then on Sundays at like 10:30, we watch a bunch of anime. We're watching Kamen Rider O's on fucking stop, turn off streamer mode. I hate you, Discord. We're watching Kamen Rider O's, Taiyo Sentai Sun Vulcan. We're watching Ultra 7, Kaiketsu Zubat. Everything coming up O's. Yeah, I do love O's. O's is pretty good. I get why everybody... You know, I always knew about O's, but I always knew everyone was obsessed with that guy Ankh, and I get it. You know, like I get it. I see you. I see him. I understand. It's It's not quite Build, but it is. He's really doing something different. But yeah, and then for the anime watch along on Sundays, we're on the Brave Express, Might Gine, Combattler V, and we're still on Futari wa Precure. And then for movies, I have a bunch of kaiju DVDs, so I just watch whatever. I like movies where big monster. Also, some of it is just like random toku stuff. It won't always be big monster, but I'd have a lot of big monster to watch, is the thing. Futari wa Precure? Futari wa. Yeah, there's two of them. We are Precure, the two of us. Almost a tragedy? No, that's a different word. I think I know what you're alluding to. That's a very Futari just means two. It's two girls. The literal translation would be we are pretty cure. Just to be clear, I feel like you're thinking about something else entirely. Oh yeah, I started watching Gaim because a very powerful trans person said it was her fave season. Oh, that's scary, a girly who likes that guy Genner Urobuchi. You gotta be careful, you know. I mean, I don't want to say anything untoward about your friends, but I would immediately be a little suspicious about, like, some girl who likes Genner Urobuchi. Listen, I like Genner Urobuchi's works. You know, I liked his Godzilla movies, but Genner Urobuchi, like, he's really... it's really something to unpack. It's literally the same thing. If somebody said, like, Don Brothers was their favorite Sentai season, I would be, like, suspicious of them. Because I really like Don Brothers, but also it is, like, the most Inoue work ever of all time. Uro the Butcher is unhinged. On Don Brothers, I can confirm. It's rough. I wanna like, people ask me if Don Brothers is good and if they should watch it, and it's like, it's not a bad show, but it's an Inoue show. It's definitively an Inoue show. Like, that more than anything else, it is a show made by Toshiko Inoue. Like, that is its defining characteristic. And that's a whole thing to unpack. Don Brothers is good, but to be honest, I like Tokyujis more. I love the Tokyujis, especially that guy. Akira, I miss him. I loved when he showed up in Boom Boonger. I love that guy so much. It's always good to see him. Toei should just put him in more stuff. Like, I don't care. He should just show up sometimes. Like, he should just pull up and Gav and transform and fight. Like, why not? What is the compelling argument for why they wouldn't do that? Can they give me a reason that I would believe that I wouldn't want that? Although Gav's been super good so far, so I wouldn't mess with the formula. But I like seeing that guy. Tokyu Rokugo. Alright. Let's hope I can just get the C rank this time. The last guy went down pretty easy. So I sort of have a false... I sort of have an overconfidence here that I think will end very poorly, but maybe not. Maybe I got this. Maybe I can just lock in. And it's like, I'm sure some people, Don Brothers is their favorite season, because a lot of people did start watching Super Sentai because of Don Brothers, but like, you know, it is an Inoue season. I'm sort of scared what Mrs. Inoue, what Akiko is going to hit us with. You know, it's like, her Gotchard episodes were very different, and she's busting out like the Red Ranger is like a goth emo wolf boy. Like, that's crazy. She's brewing up something I feel like I'm not prepared for. What's different about Inoue? He as a person is different. He's a very particular person in a lot of ways. He, in some ways, the way I was talking about like Iraqi and stuff before, like he is an artistic and an obsessed person, but in a way I'm not. I'm skeptical of. In a way that I find questionable. It's just a lot of the interviews he's given. I mean, like, on the topic of Don Brothers, one of the things is that Don Brothers has a returning character from Zenkaiger. And they're just... The thing about that, I won't spoil anything specific about that, but the thing about that is that Inoue did not watch Zenkaiger before writing that character. In fact, he specifically did not watch Zenkaiger. Hold on, I gotta pay attention a little bit to the rankers here. Honestly, if some company had locked in to get Gab ported over here, I'm sure that, like Shout Factory is pushing for it. They're desperate for that. It's crazy that they got, Geets so quickly, actually. Okay, I'm winning, but I'm low on health. Let me see if I can get my health. Ah, shit. Damn, they ran it back. Okay, I can win this fight. But I gotta do it right. If I was some kind, yeah, I'm sure Shout Factory wants Gav. I still can't believe they got Geets out right away. Like, that negotiation is crazy, and now you can just watch it on YouTube. Yeah, I wish Shout Factory had more seasons they'd be based. I mean, if you look, they have like a lot of Ultraman seasons because Subaraya is interested in getting their shows out there, but it's really just, it really is, like, I'm sure Shout Factory would be down with whatever they would give them. It's really just a question of Toei cooperating. That's always the problem. In so many ways, Toei is always the problem. You know, they don't even have build. Like, they're insane. Why is build not more available? What counts as a grenade weapon? Can I, like, if I pick the missile mech, does that count? Or do I need, like, the grenade launcher? Apparently build is super good. It is in so many ways, and it's also... it also featured a lot of heated drama between men. Oh my god, there was an interview recently that got subtitles of those two boys, like the actors for Build and Cross Z, and they were talking about how they're still really good friends, and they go to the sauna together, and they go to festivals together. It's like, okay, we're good friends. Is that what we're calling it now? Is that is this coded language? Are you? Is there? Like, you can just tell me. I don't. You know, or is this because Build was just after a Just Okay season? What was the season before Build? I mean, Build was just a really high quality on its own. Was Build after Ghosts? X-Aid? Yeah, Ghosts and X-Aid are kind of contentious. There's people who love it and hate it. I mean, X8 is a Takahashi season, so Takahashi gets to do whatever he wants every couple of years because he makes all the money in the universe. Like, there's a lot of people who dog on X8 and 01, and a lot of that is deserved, but also they sold, like, more toys than any other season. So, you know, it's like, that's why Toei will always allow Takahashi to come in and write another season and just let him do whatever. They're pretty cool with the same-sex nudity, and they aren't the gen over there, like in America. No, Build, it was different. That's just Fujoshi delusion. No. I mean, you have to understand the actual advertising for the show, the official, like, ads promoted it as having heated drama between men. And, the chemistry between those actors was very good, is all I'm saying. And then a lot of them went on to work to do BL. And they're still very good friends. They still hang out at the sauna together, two men, just by themselves, going to a festival, you know. And they have nicknames for each other. Like, I'm not accusing them of anything, but that really sounds like something to me. I'm just saying. Like, I don't want to accuse them of anything untoward, but it's been some years since build, and they're still hanging out. They're still good friends, as they call it. Their words. That's what they would say it was. I'm accusing they degen. Yeah, I don't know. I love those boys though. Listen, there is a huge, massive like Toku to BL pipeline. But like, I don't know what those two are gonna do. Like, if you have Kamen Rider build on your resume, you kind of have to go into BL. Like, you've like specialized your resume. I don't know if you have a choice. like I feel like, you know, like if you had like if you had a more general resume, but then you went into your career and you did like one kind of work for a year straight and got really popular for it, like you just have to sort of lock in. You're sort of gonna get typecasted. Yeah, you're getting typecast. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and like, you know, the BL people, I'm sure were headhunting. They had to get them in there. Man, it's crazy. It's so crazy to see like the like new BL get released, and it's like all these like Super Sentai guys. It's like, man, I kind of gotta watch this. I kind of, you know, maybe I gotta watch this. Actually, maybe this is a different kind of tokusatsu. maybe I need to, maybe, you know, they got that guy Stacy. What's that actor's actual name? I love him. Zenkaiju, that's, man, they're really doing something different with Gav, because they have the writer from Zenkaiju. I forget her name, but she was always thinking about men. Like, that was always her problem with Super Sentai, especially in Zenkaiju, is that she would be like uninterested in writing a whole cast of characters, like a whole team, but she would be very interested in writing about men. And, you know, they brought her over to do Kamen Rider Gav, and she's happy as a clam. She's like a fish, you know, she's a fish in water. Like, it's, she took to it that easily. It's just perfect for her. She gets to just have men. I bet her clam's happy, you know. Well, you know. Thinking about men. Those are the kind of writing talents they need in that industry. Listen, it's like, that was sort of the issue with Zenkaiju, is that almost everything fell away from the writing in the interest in obsessing over three men. But Kamen Rider Gav is mostly just about three men. Like, that is the core thrust of the story and the setting, is that there are three men. Man, I really think about the fucking Christmas episode. So like, the main character is like an alien basically, and he doesn't understand things on Earth. You can watch the show if you want more on that. But they do a Christmas episode where he's living with this girl, and he asks her what Christmas is, and she's like, "Oh, it's a holiday where you give presents to the people you love." And it's like, "Okay, what if I get something for you?" And she's like, "No, you should get something for Hanto." No, you should get something for that man you know, actually. Like, this is a holiday where you give presents to people you love, and actually, I would suggest that you get a present for that man that we know. Like, that episode is so crazy, because they're talking about like the gift and the magi, about how like Christmas is about exchanging gifts with your lover, and she just keeps insisting that he needs to get a present for Hanto. It like every time he brings it up, she's like, "No, actually, what you should be doing. This is a holiday where you get a present for people that you love, and that's why you need to get a present for that man." Like, like straight up, she insists. That's crazy. Like, that has to be a self-insert character. Like that, like, it's so overt. It was insane. I was like, that was something different entirely. Subtext. It was the text. That was just like like she had design, she had an agenda. It was insane. She was operating in ways I seldom thought possible. Gavin's so good. Man. They really got those boys. I still think, I keep saying this every time I bring up Gav on stream, but like, I was really confused at first because there was a dissonance between like the story and the presentation. Because like, if you look at Gav's design, he's a Technicolor kangaroo boy. Like if you look at his like Kamen Rider design, he's not scary looking, but everyone in the setting treats him like he's scary looking. And it's like, okay, so Toei was forced by Bandai to have colorful like toy designs, and that's why there's this disconnect there, and that's why it's candy themed. And no, the writer of the show, she said in an interview, the reason it's candy themed is because originally she wanted him to be a fish. Instead of candy and aliens, the show was going to be about mermaids. And somehow, in the way she explained it, that sort of just naturally progressed into being about aliens and candy. I don't know how that works. What series was this candy theme made for? Apparently there's a straight line you can draw between a show that's about mermaids and a show that's about aliens and candy. I don't know how that works. but that's the interview she gave. You can go read it yourself and see if you can make more sense out of it. But yeah, that was a deliberate decision that she made to make it candy themed. like and to make the hero colorful and silly and an alien, which was based on the fact that originally she wanted him to be a mermaid. Which I really, it's just like, I read that interview every now and then, I just like I don't get it. I can't follow the logic. I don't know how one relates to the other. Well, it makes sense. If it makes sense to you, it makes sense to her. I don't know. You know, that's how she explained it. I don't know. The candy theme is fun. The toys are selling like crazy, as I understand. Like, they're cranking out gotchis, though. They have all kinds of variants where they have, like, they're smiling and crying. The different color variants, the clear plastic ones, the shiny ones. Apparently, those things are selling like fucking hotcakes in Japan. It's working. The children of Japan yearn for heated drama between men. Obvious lies are obvious? No, I think that's true. I just don't understand, like, the train of thought at all. Sure, why not? Fish, scales, iridescent, aliens, shiny, candy, color. I kind of understand the candy thing. No, I kind of understand the alien thing. Because it's like, so he was always intended to be, like, not human. So I that sort of tracks in a way. I don't know if I would particularly relate mermaids to aliens in that way. Like, I guess mermaids do come from a different world if you think about it like that. That wouldn't really occur to me. But what do I know? I don't know. Maybe she just locked in on Little Mermaid. Well, it's beyond me. But I can kind of see it there. I just don't get where the candy comes in. But the gotchis, though, are selling like crazy. Apparently, they're just cranking out all sorts of different gotchis, though, and they're just flying off the shelves. So, you can't doubt the process. It's getting results. And it's, I don't know, it's pretty fun. I have to say, it's like, there is sort of something very Kamen Rider about the ridiculousness of this whole show. There's something about, like, bro rocks up to a serious fight and then he turns into a wedding cake and he shoots frosting at people in like really serious scenes where like important characters are dying. He's doing like fucking, he's queuing up the frosting blast out of his cake gun. It's like, this is sort of definitively Kamen Rider. This is what Heisei Kamen Rider is all about in a way. It's the sort of tonal disconnect of the fact that we're selling toys and what is otherwise a serious action show. There's something there's something surreal in a good way about that it really hits that note. It doesn't have to be a lie. I don't think it's a lie. I think she's explaining her train of thought. I can't. I don't get it. Is what I'm saying. It's not that I don't believe her. It's that I can't. I have trouble following the line of logic she's trying to draw for me in that interview. And it's like I just like like why would the proposal originally be that he would be a fish? That like, you're writing a show to sell toys to boys. I mean I guess boys like Little Mermaid. That is sort of, you'd think that was a girl thing, but that is sort of more universal, honestly. Mermaids do kind of have a weirdly universal appeal. I don't know, maybe it makes more sense than I'm giving it credit for, but just the interview itself, I just have trouble following her sort of logic. But you know, the show is good, so so I'll take it. I don't have especially complaints. I am confused, but I enjoyed the show. Damn, I got killed. Sentai has talked about JoJo and Digimon in the same stream. Well, yeah. I don't know. They need somebody to lock in like that. They need a writer like that. They need a Rocky to imagine if a Rocky wrote a Digimon season. Fairy tales are more of a universal thing. They're nothing related to gender. Yeah, I kind of think about that. Like, mermaids feel like a gender-coded thing, but like, The Little Mermaid is just a very popular Disney movie. Which show is this again? I'm lost. I want to look at the designs. It's Kamen Rider Gav. G-A-V-V. It's the current season. Man, I gotta fix my chip. Yeah, there's the gummy guy, the chocolate guy, the pudding guy. It's really something. All the little candy things that are alive, little creatures. Valen sucks, but his design goes hard as fuck. Bro, they got like the trench coat from the Shin Kamen Rider toy, and they put it on his SH Figuarts. It goes really hard. Like, as ridiculous as he is, his design hits pretty hard, honestly. Kind of sucks. No, I mean, I get what you mean, but he's just a secondary rider. He's in there for the struggle. And I think he's even in like win-loss. Like, he is struggling, but he's not doing that badly. He wins as many fights as he loses. That's pretty good for a secondary rider. Sounds like nightmare fuel. You describe it as candy. That's a lot. Yeah, I'm like, literally the way I describe the show as a joke, but it's completely true. When I bring it up, is that the way that Kamen Rider Gav transforms is he takes little creatures and puts them in a device that kills them, which is the part of the premise of the show, which is actually true. Like, I'm not like lying about that at all. That is how his tension belt works. The creatures are very enthusiastic about it, which is actually worse in some ways. The fact that they're so on board is, you know, they're really locked. They're sort of, man. True, but they keep throwing him in one-on-one matches against the big bad. That's just what you have to do to a secondary rider. Look, you know, it's a very classic Kamen Rider thing that the secondary has to be in there for the struggle. We have to throw him up against fights that he cannot take. Like one of his like second or third fight in the show is when he squares up against that one girl main villain and she beats the crap into him and steps on him with heels. Like, that's just how it is. That has to happen to him. She had to do that to somebody, and that's his job. He needs to take that L. We need to see that happen to somebody. It sounds like Bugsnax all of a sudden. In a weird way, it is a lot like Bugsnax. I would concede that comparison. I think Varam has no losses so far. Well, he's like the rival rider at the moment. He'll start getting his ass beat when he becomes more of like a hero. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, like, tertiary riders, it's a little different, but also, like, part of the reason he gets to win fights is he's not necessarily, like, a protagonist character at the minute. It's sort of like, in X-Aid, where they had Genom. Like, Genom wins a lot of fights until he has a change of heart. I think it's more like Pikmin. It is a lot like Pikmin. Who gets stepped on? Yanto. Common Rider Valen. Yeah, one of the the villains in Gav are a bunch of goth people. It's like a family of emo kids, and one of them is a tall, is a very tall woman in heels, who is Toei knows what they're doing. If you see that episode, you'll know what they're doing. Toei knows what they're doing. I you know, if you're the kind of person, as I think many people, as there are many men who wants like a goth woman to abuse you, Toei is there for you. They got what you want. Toei understands, and they're selling what you're looking for. See, also, as I understand, is some kind of squid creature. I'm behind on a couple of episodes because I watched them with somebody else. Watch them on V's stream, which I would recommend. V is great. Pikmin is also pretty dark. Yeah, the Pikmin are also, you know, the Pikmin are also like that. They're there for the cause. They don't mind. It's not about living or dying. It's about fighting the fight. You know what I mean? Brave Mujahideen fighters who give their lives for the cause. I never got the feeling that Pikmin want to die. Yeah, I mean, they kind of do, though. Like, if you think about it, Pikmin enthusiastically run into situations that Oliver puts them in that they will not survive. And you can't say that they necessarily don't understand that. Don't Bugsnax want to be eaten? They do. That's what, you know. Well, I mean, you do sort of have to catch... The Bugsnax actually do kind of fight you and resist, so maybe not. I would say Pikmin are kind of more locked in. So Bugsnax are like parasites or something, right? I forget the Bugsnax lore. Question for everyone, what anime do you never want to see adapted to live action? Depends, do you mean a Netflix live action or a Japanese live action? Because, like... I know it doesn't sound like there would be a big difference, but there are 3 live action versions of Death Note. One is by Netflix, one is Japanese, and one is also Japanese, but it's a musical. The 2 Japanese ones are good, and the other is the Netflix one. I mean, I guess the obvious thing is... It's tough. I feel like it would be obvious to say a lot of mecha anime, but if they did it as like a tokusatsu, maybe they could make it work. I mean, like, Giant Robo was a tokusatsu show, I think, first. I think I should say Bugsnax spoilers. There was a lot going on in Bugsnax. I doubt I could explain enough of the Bugsnax lore to give spoilers, honestly. Alright, I should bail while I still have money before I get killed again. I feel like there's no difference. Live action is just bad. No, there are good live action adaptations. It's just there's American live action adaptations of anime, and I can't think that there's ever especially been a good one. Maybe I'm not thinking of one, but Jujutsu Kaisen and Shoko Tensei. I feel like if they did like a Jujutsu Kaisen like J-drama, they could make that work. Mushoku Tensei, that wouldn't work. The thing is, like, it's the King Oger problem where you would have to do it on a digital backlot. You would have to be really heavy in the effects. Like, the fights, the way the action and the setting and that work, it just doesn't lend itself to live action. I guess most isekais, I would concede. Like, even like good isekais would be difficult to do in live action because look, I don't hate live action stuff. I will sit here and defend the 2004 Casher in live action movie, which was one of the first movies ever to be filmed on a full digital backlot, and it shows. But it's a difficult thing to pull off. There's a lot of kinds of action, there's a lot of kinds of settings that don't naturally translate into live action. Kinniku Man. That would be... Did they ever do like a Kinniku Man stage show? That I feel like if you did stage shows, like not as a live action television program, but you could make a Kinniku Man stage show work depending on which characters you pick. I'd say adapt everything into live action. The good one will stand out better than... I don't have to keep pointing out Speed Racer. Speed Racer is crazy. Speed Racer was doing it different. That movie needs to be more popular. Are actually good movies, regardless of being live action? It just depends how you do it, really. When I heard the live action One Piece is really good, well, they have just Oda working on that. Like, Oda is just making that, so you know. Decent TV series for good enough for fresh viewers. It won't satisfy long-term followers of the anime and manga, though. Nah, I feel like if you're a long-term One Piece fan, you would be into the live action. The fact that they have Oda like involved in casting characters and he picks like he makes the right choice every time. After you reverse isekai where fantastical people come to the real world, that would actually work if it was the other way around. That would be funny because then you could just dress them up. Cashirin with the grungy background, that whole movie is really grunge. That guy was insane. I can't believe he made an anti-war movie in 2004. That guy was thinking about some different stuff entirely. Here's the thing. We do Kinniku Man live action, but it's a series of wrestling events. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you got pro wrestlers and you did a stage show, I feel like you could make Kinniku Man work in live action. Kinniku Man just has to be adapted in a series of live wrestling shows by DDT Pro. Yeah, like, if Toei, like, if Yude Tamago got in touch with, like, Japan Wrestling, and they just, like, put a stage show together, like, I feel like you could actually make that work. Anything disturbing or with some totally explicit would be extremely bad idea. Yeah, I guess, like, violent stuff, it would be hard to translate. You know what I do want a live-action adaptation of? What's this? Akumetsu? The Destruction of Evil, which is about it's a crazy sci-fi thing about a guy killing politicians, basically. I feel like you could make that work really well in live action, honestly. You would have to tone down some of the extreme violence, but generally it would work based. Yeah, one of the better political manga. Did that ever get an anime? Crazy sci-fi. I can't explain what I mean by that without giving spoilers, but yeah, it is a science fiction work. I think a couple of events where Kinniku Mantaro showed up for a bit. I like Nisei, but Nisei is still not as popular as the original Kinniku Man. That's why they just went back and started making Kinniku Man again, rather than like a sequel to Nisei. There was a Pat Labor live action thing. Yeah, that was pretty good though. It didn't? Crazy. Did Wolf Guy ever get an anime? Did any of their works get through? Although now there's some Wolf Guy scenes I would want left out if they did get an adaptation of any kind. But that's neither here nor there. I think the death of Abe isn't helping at all. I mean, that just makes it topical. Like, I don't have strong opinions on Shinzo Abe himself and his doohickying in the street, but like, it really does just make it topical. Like, you have to understand. That, you know, listen, sometimes entertainment just needs to lock in. Sometimes you need to put out something that's controversial. You gotta crack a few eggs and make that omelet. I'd probably watch the anime of Nisei when I finish up the pre-2011 stuff. I like Nisei, and a lot of people do. It's just not as popular as Kinnikuman itself, but, you know, you can't really compete with that. And also, it makes more sense to watch it like that because, not too terribly, but there is stuff in the, like, 2011 manga run that's still ongoing that does contradict the, like, Nisei. Though I think they could still make it work. Like, if they redid Nisei after 2011, you could still make that work. Where I pinned the Discord link for people? Let me grab that manually at the end of the stream. Okay. I know how Japan can be sensitive. Akamatsu is probably shot. I mean, the manga, it was pretty niche, but it did well. It's like, it has its niche audience. It's a cult classic of sorts. I feel like they put out crazier, like, Senin type stuff. Listen, that kind of work, when it is topical, it will always be controversial. So you just sort of have to lock in. Like you just, it's inherent. If they're gonna make the anime, the only time that wouldn't be controversial at all is if it was if the situation in the world was such that it was completely irrelevant. And then what would the point be? The point of that is that it is the way it is. Like, the idea, like, I mean, you know, I get that they would avoid it because of controversy, but, like, the idea in and of itself, like, it's just not serious that you would, like, avoid making that anime because it would be controversial. It's sort of supposed to be controversial, you know? This is Jinro Wolf Brigade? Yeah, I guess. Barefoot Gen, I guess they could do an Akumetsu movie now that I think about it. Like, maybe not as a TV anime, but as a movie or like an OVA, I feel like you could get away with it. Barefoot Gen was pretty rough. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's not out of the question. There's controversial anime. I gotta watch, wasn't there like an Eden of the East live action thing at some point? Or was that just a promotional event? I remember seeing like actors dressed up as the characters, but I forget if there was like actually a thing or not. If there is, I gotta watch that. I love Eden of the East. So I think a lot of people probably wouldn't like that anime because it wasn't clear that there were the sequels. Like, I feel like if you just watched the anime, you would be sort of let down if you didn't watch the movies. Okay. Almost out of ammo. Almost out of ammo. Okay. We need peace out, actually. 10,000 is enough. Okay. What other anime would I want or not want in live action? Have they ever tried to do a live action Digimon thing? Because that would be horrible. Like, that's something they should, you know, since Digimon came up earlier, I would be terrified if they ever proposed doing like a live action Digimon thing. I feel like that would be CGI Monstrosity City. I feel like there's almost no way to do that well. Almost none of the Digimon designs really lend themselves to being like puppets or animatronics or something, and if you had to make them all CGI creatures, it would be horrific. Detective Pikachu script by? See, you know, Pokemon designs, I feel like that's easier to get away with. There's a lot of Digimon that I would not want to see in CGI in a live action thing. Like, really explicitly, I would not. There's a lot of Digimon who I would be horrified to see in any sort of live action setting in any capacity. I don't know, maybe somebody could pull that off, but I personally, I would be fearful at the prospect of a live action Digimon. It'd probably benefit from the mons looking horrifying, like in the Detective Pikachu movie. Listen, there's a lot of Digimon who I would be worried about seeing like that. Sonic making it off nostalgia? I hate the hair texture they put on Sonic and Pikachu. That's a tough call, honestly, because, like, I do think it makes sense to do it like that, but, like, it is sort of the conceit of doing, like, a live-action CGI thing, is you have to consider, like, what these creatures would look like if they weren't, like, cartoony. Darn it. I mean, partially, but also Sonic 3 is legit good. I mean, the Sonic movies are pretty good, as I understand. Okay. Messing around with the menu. Yeah, fair enough. It could be good if they use different styles in animation for the different Digivolution stages, at least. I don't know, maybe you could get away with, like, a short thing. If it was, like, if it was a short animation, if it was a short, like, live-action thing, and it featured just a handful of very specific Digimon with, like, doing one fight, maybe you could get away with it, but any, like, extensive Digimon live-action, I feel like would bring in enough Digimon that it would become a problem. There's a lot of Digimon who, in many ways, do not lend themselves well to live action. I feel like you could do, like, a cool CGI Greymon, maybe. Or actually, like, imagine if they did a short and it was, like, Patamon and Angemon. I feel like that could work, now that I think about it. Because Angemon, you could literally just do a guy. You could do a suit. They're not real animals after all. I mean, that is sort of it's a conceit of, like, anime art style or the games that, like, it is implied that Pikachu or Sonic have fur. It's just the anime never has to draw that on Pikachu because he's just a solid block of yellow. Like, you are left to yourself to imagine that he does have fur. One must imagine that Pikachu does have fur. But you just wouldn't see it in, like, the anime art style or the games. But, you know, in a 3D setting, you do sort of have to think if you can get away with that or not. The Sonic textures look pretty good for what they are. I feel like the thing is, like, I'm not super in love with that compared to, like, in Sonic Adventure 2, but I think in the movies, him, like, the blue parts just being, like, solid blocks would kind of look worse. Like, the fur maybe isn't the best thing, but, like, not doing that would be weird. It would be weird in that setting. Because, like, if it's a live-action movie and there are people and stuff, you kind of have to make Sonic a little bit photorealistic in certain ways. Which is where the texturing comes in. He kind of needs it to fit into the setting. And, like, I'm trying, like, imagine if he was literally just, like, a 3D video game character or just plopped into the real world. That would be kind of strange. Like, they do kind of have to stylize him to fit. And it could have been worse. Although I'm, you know, as the years go by, I'm kind of thinking that the whole ugly Sonic thing was a publicity stunt. The fact that they, like, remade the whole movie, that feels like it wasn't true. I feel like Sega tricked us. That feels hard to believe. I mean, it would make sense even without a uniform style. If Digimon were to be adapted into live action, they animate the baby and adolescent stages in cel-shaded 2D styles. Later stages with more detail. There's a lot of, like, just think about, like, the juvenile stages of, like, the main adventure Digimon. Do you really want to see those things in like a 3D CGI? Like, think of the thing. What is the one that Agumon is before he's Agumon? Do you want to see a 3D of that thing? Fucking Bandolier. I'd rather make my peace with 3D Sonic. I don't know. The Sonic movies are pretty well received. I do kind of think generally that video game movies are going to be the next thing. With the Sonic movies, with the Mario movies, that feels like where we're going as we pivot away from superhero stuff. I think that Angel Woman's design would break. No, they can't do that. that would sell really well, but that would be a tough one. Like that, I feel like that would be inappropriate. Angel Woman's design is already inappropriate. It's a little too sexy. I mean, a lot of the, like, female Digimon, you know, it's a show for kids. The fact that they do any of that is a little wild, honestly. I think you can implant a lot of tropes from superhero media into video games. Movies just kind of have eras. Like, if you just sort of wear out a genre in movies, or else we would still have, like, crime noirs, and like there were huge genres of movies that were universally popular, and then they stopped being popular. And I think we're kind of past that point with superhero stuff. I mean, there will still always, you know, they'll make a Spider-Man movie every now and then. Maybe they'll keep doing Deadpool, but I feel like Marvel is just gonna have to let go at some point. I feel like they had their moment and it's passed. And if they keep going, it's actually going to be bad for them. Like, they're just going to have to accept that the world has moved on from superhero movies at some point. And, you know, maybe they'll have some good ones, but, like, I feel like the well is kind of dry, is the thing. We sort of peaked with the Avengers movies, and that's done. I feel like Endgame... You know, if they had ended with Endgame, that really would have been the high note. You know what I mean? Hope that the new Superman movie does good, though. I'm excited about that movie, but I just want to see that dog. I like Clark Kent, and I like Superman. And the trailer does look good, but it just has that Goggy in it. It's Goggy. It has that little beast in it. I love Crypto. Yo, you know what show is actually good, but, you know, it was for fucking babies? Did you see, who else watched the fucking, there was like a Crypto cartoon for a while, where, like, like, Superman wasn't even in it, right? He showed up every now and then, but it was just like some kid in the neighborhood was, like, looking after Crypto for Superman. And he, like, hung out with, like, Batman's dog and shit, and it was like a Paw Patrol-ass show. That show was actually really fun. They gotta bring that shit back. They should do a fucking Crypto movie. Just him and all of his stupid ass dog friends. Oh yeah, I remember that show. That was actually inspired. That was way up there. Imagine dog sitting, but then it's Superman's dog. I love Crypto. He's a good boy. I think I might have watched a clip or two, forgot about it. We'll have to watch it. That show was unironically good. That show is so fun. It's just such a fun concept that it's like, it's the Justice League, but they're all fucking dogs. It's just such a stupid idea, but it's so fun. Like, it just works really well. It's a stupid idea that's really charming. Okay, where's this ranker? I gotta lock in here for a minute. That show was unironically good. I remember enjoying it. It's been a long time, but I genuinely do remember liking that show. I remember like he brought like Bat Hound to the superhero Justice League, and they were giving him a hard time for not having superpowers. Oh my god. The fact that Superman and Batman just both have dogs is such a funny little, like, lore detail. DC is so peak for that. Ace the Bat Hound. Where the fuck is the ranker? Where did bro go? Where is bro at? He's gonna sneak up on me and kill me. I gotta find him. Hold on. Okay, there they are. Got him. Okay. I knew I could do that if I got them first. You and your fucking giraffe. But yeah, the Crypto show is really good. like he had like his own Justice League of dogs with superpowers. He hung out with Batman, Bat Hound all the time. He just got into like wacky adventures. He had some sort of Kryptonian device that let that kid talk to him, which is weird. That show, if you know, I know it's not like canon to anything, but do you think that like Crypto and Superman can talk to each other? like can Crypto understand Superman? Like, is he actually that intelligent? Because like usually he's just a dog, but is he actually like? Is bro pretending? Is that dog actually like humanly intelligent? But yeah, I am. That's what I'm excited about for the Superman movie. I don't know how the movie will be. The trailer looked pretty good. Superman himself looks good in the movie, but more than anything, I just want to see the dog. The doggy. The fact that, like, you know, if they did, like, CGI Crypto, that movie would have been immediately bad. The fact that they have a real little-ass dog on set it gives me great hope that I will enjoy that movie. I don't know what it means for the quality of the movie, but they gotta get Crypto in there. I love Crypto. I still think about the thing that, like, a lot of people think there are no good Superman stories, or that you can't write one. I forget which writer it was. One of the better ones literally said that, like, the way you have to understand Superman is that he's actually a normal guy. like Clark Kent is just a regular guy just like you and me, and that's how all of his problems are, and that's how all of his stories should be. It's just that when his relatives come to visit, it's that they're like weird evil aliens. You know, like when his weird uncle comes to visit, he's some kind of like intergalactic criminal. When he has trouble, like when he has trouble looking after his dog, Crypto puts a crater on the moon. Like Superman has all the same problems and all the same, like, Superman's life and the things that happen to him are the same things that would happen to anyone. It's just they're like super. Like you just have to like supersize any of the things that would happen to anybody else, and that's how you write a Superman story. I often get the feeling that Crypto is at least as intelligent as a Pokemon. It does sort of raise the question, like, is he is he just a really good dog, or does he actually? Dude can probably beat all the kids on Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Kid? I really wonder, because like usually when we see him, he's just a dog, but like maybe he is an alien. He is technically not a real dog and just is an alien creature that happens to look like a dog. So, and he does have superpowers. They've always sort of waffled on the fact that, like, Superman is also super intelligent and tries to cure cancer and stuff. So, like, Crypto should also technically be super, and he has the same basic power set as Superman. Dude could probably beat all the Pokemons, but could he beat Digimons? Because some of the Digimon are crazy. I wonder if Crypto will be in the... They're doing, like, a Sonic DC crossover comics. It's a weird proposal. It's a very strange proposal. I don't get why Flash isn't headlining that. Like, I saw the cover for one of those, like, the Justice League Sonic comics. It's why they got Superman in the front, and I get it. Like, that's our guy. That's Clark Kent. Like, I understand. But given the nature of the collab, you kind of have to have Flash at the front. Like, it would be him. If it's anyone. Another good perspective I've seen in Superman stories is how he literally can't save everyone, but wants to because he's a small town lad. He's just a good guy. I love Clark Kent. Just a nice man. He's a good boy. He's a family man. He's a small town boy. He believes in Santa Claus. Although Santa Claus might be real. That's always sort of the conceit of, like, you know, like, you have, like, in, like, the Marvel universe, you have, like, atheists, but then they've actually met Santa Claus in real life. And Thor. Like, it does, you know, some of that is actually true, though, is sort of the problem. Is Superman, is I wonder if Santa is real in the DC universe. Is Clark right? Does Superman really exist? Does Superman right that Santa exists? That's always a funny character trait that a number of characters have. Like, fucking Solid Snake thinks Santa is real. And he thinks he's on the naughty list because after he killed Big Boss, after he killed her, he stopped getting Christmas presents, and he thinks that killing her got him put on the naughty list. My guy Snake. It's a really tragic situation. But yeah, she was just sending him Christmas presents every year, and he thought it was really from Santa. Rough. That's a whole character moment. The face the fact that you've been put on the naughty list. I do think they should lock in for more, like, crossovers with Marvel, because, like, Peter and Clark Kent would get along. Like, Peter Parker and Clark Kent would just be friends. And they've done that a bit. Although I feel like he's hung out with Batman more. Because the power scale makes more sense. But, like, in terms of character, I feel like they... Because they're both that kind of stupid where they want to save everyone, even though that's not really feasible. They, in that way, they're very... in some ways, their journey is the same. Let me go, modify some of my mechs a little bit more. That was crazy when they did the Godzilla crossover and Godzilla just bodied him. Although I'm on the fence about that crossover. The glaring issue is that they mostly traced Godzilla. And it's like, what's the point even? I know it's... I mean, I don't actually agree that it's infeasible to be drawing him all the time. Like, there are artists. I know artists who could do it. I've seen artists who could draw... who would be able to be drawing Godzilla. Let's see, wait. Can I just... Man, it won't let me check the price unless I can afford it. I want to see what the ammo would be if I made these super heavy and the other one super light. Okay. Alright, when are the C ranks on the schedule here? Stretch. I should read more comics. I fell off with comics for a while. Recently I was reading a lot of Martian Manhunter stuff. I like John. I kind of want to read. They're doing like new Martian Manhunter stuff, where he's like a brain parasite instead of a guy, and that detective he's always impersonating isn't dead. It's a weird proposal, but I am sort of interested. I think that came out already because I heard about that a while ago. But I gotta tap back in. I used to read a lot of Spider-Man. I used to read a lot of X-Men. But a lot of Moon Knight. It's always weird to see, like, Magic and Moon Knight and people in, like, something like Marvel, right? Like, whenever they do, like, Marvel stuff, I'm always surprised at the characters people know about. Because I spent, like 10 years reading comics a lot. And there's just a lot of characters who, even within comics, are really obscure. And I'm always surprised to see them pop up. I wonder if that Daredevil show... I read a lot of Daredevil. I wonder if that Daredevil... I heard good things about that Daredevil show, but then I stopped hearing about it, but I think it just stopped airing. I don't think people, like, soured on it or anything necessarily. Did I already unlock the rankers here? I don't remember. Eh. These hills that are slightly too steep for me to skate up are kind of annoying. Okay, I guess I didn't unlock the ranker, given they haven't shown up yet. Okay, so the first thing, I gotta unlock the ranker and see what their weapons are. Daredevil stops once the Netflix deal ended, I guess. It'll resume once this year or next. Is Daredevil Born Again or something? They gotta fucking lock in on Daredevil. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't understand this now, but Daredevil was like the most popular comic book character in their lineup for a while. The same with X-Men. But Daredevil was big. You know, like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was originally like a parody of Daredevil because Daredevil was like the biggest comic in America at the time. And I just, you know, I feel like they've never quite been there with the guy since. He had his moment and it passed and they've never quite gotten back to it. I gotta check where they are in the Daredevil comics. They did one wacky run like a while back that was pretty cool where it like the artist took the time to like visualize the way Matt actually sees stuff, and it was like this weird like like sonar pitch over a 3D environment. Especially in the episode where they brought of all people fucking Spot, the Spot, one of Spider-Man's villains. One of the villains of all, truly a villain that exists. And the way that he looked in that art style was so fucking cool. Because it was just like, all the spots on his body were like, just like 3D holes that like went into infinity. I saw a panel from a recent Daredevil comic where like Matt was talking about how a woman smells. Like he was, you know, basically it's like the same bit of like if a different character talked about how hot a woman looked, but he's literally talking about like how every part of her body smells. Because that's what it would be, right? Like he can't see her, and he only vaguely would he would only vaguely be able to detect the shape of her body with his radar sense. So it would be the sound of her voice and the way that she smells. Like those are the two senses he relies on the most. Which is it's a funny, it's like it feels like an obvious bit, but it is a funny bit to do with him about like how he would how he would be horny for women based on like how he would even perceive them. And it's not like he could ignore, like, you know, he could smell them from half a mile away. So, you know, hygiene must be big for him in choosing a partner. one would have to imagine that Elektra smells really good. One would have to conclude naturally, based on evidence. Because he doesn't really especially know what she looks like. I'm sure he has a vague idea. What? 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 It's true! Like, Matt actually can't see her. He doesn't know. He doesn't really know what she looks like. He has a vague, like, based on, like, touch and radar sense, he has a vague sense of, like, her as a three-dimensional object, but that's it. But yeah, I hope they're doing good things with the Daredevil comic. I do kind of want to watch that Netflix show, because I do like Daredevil. That was always the thing about Marvel that they never quite locked in on properly. Some of their better stuff was always the street level stuff. It was Spider-Man, it was Daredevil, the Heroes for Hire, Moon Knight, I would argue. The X-Men were kind of street level. Although the X-Men every now and then fight aliens and demons from hell and some mutant who has no business existing. Every now and then some Omega level mutant shows up and it's, you know, truly an affront to God's creation. Like Charles's son, his bastard son who he abandoned. That was really fucked. That was such a disaster. Of all the things that Charles Xavier has ever done wrong, the way he treated Legion, considering Legion could, like, wipe out all of existence. Arguably one of his biggest mistakes. Charles Xavier has made many drastic mistakes in his life. But the what he did to that kid was probably the worst of all. Not just because of everything about it, but because Legion is like, his base level mutant power is controlling reality. Like, catastrophic failure. You literally couldn't do anything worse. This was fact checked by real Magneto heads. I mean, like, you know, Eric is a bad person, but at least he makes a good argument for it. I feel like Eric thinks out and justifies his actions better than Charles does. I'd say at the first seasons of Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, yeah, all the Heroes for Hire are, like, some of the better ones. It is weird with, like, Iron Fist that you have to explain why he's a white man pretending to be Chinese. But, like, Iron Fist is a really cool character. There is a lot to unpack there about, you know, everything about him, really. But underneath it all, that, like, Iron Fist has always been a super cool character. Especially when they tapped in on more and gave him, like, more martial arts skills than just the punch. That was a really good run, where he, like, he goes to, like, the like, magic martial arts tournament, and there's, like, all these different Chinese guys. There's there's that one, like, sumo wrestler guy, there was the Prince of Orphans, who, I don't really understand how it's a martial arts technique to turn yourself into mist and be able to punch people when you're made out of mist. But, you know, maybe I just don't know enough about martial arts. It feels like he was cheating, honestly. But that guy was awesome. It was funny, too, how they tried to run that back and pretend like he was a World War II, like, era Marvel hero for a minute. They really should have doubled down on that. That was actually a really good bit. And they tried to, like grandfather him into the Secret Avengers for a minute. Then there's Legion, which goes mad as a character. I mean, yeah, it's like, I mean, like, really just such a catastrophe. Charles has made a lot of mistakes in his life, but that really has to be the worst one. Both morally speaking and on a practical level. I don't think you could mess up worse than that, actually. As a person, and just, and in all regards. Certainly not the first of the last catastrophic mistake Charles Xavier would make in his life, but certainly one of the worst ones. And one that he has never properly resolved. Although they did try to have Legion as a hero for a minute, that was kind of funny. They gave him like a switchboard. They gave him a fucking thing that he wore on his wrist that he could like dial up the alternate personalities to pick which powers he wants. That was stupid as hell. I kind of like that bit, but that was such a stupid idea. What if you had DID, but you had a fucking remote control taped to your arm that let you like let you pick which personality you had? What if the most stupid thing, the most like stupid way to deal with that situation imaginable? But yeah, I feel like not enough writers are willing to tackle the fact that all of Legion's powers are faked, and, and based on the fact that Legion just manipulates reality, and that's like all of his powers are imaginary. Like he has all of those powers, but none of them are like his mutant power is just manipulating reality. So he has given himself a bunch of mutant powers just by like pretending to have those powers. That all of his split personalities imagine that they have a different mutant power, and his subconscious just makes that correct because he can manipulate all of reality, which has enormous implications that have only been addressed a handful of times. Well, yeah. X-Men was also like... X-Men was literally the most popular comic in the world. I don't even know if that has been overturned. Like, the older X-Men runs were the best-selling comic ever in the world of all time. Like, by, I think, graphic novel sales? Maybe if you look at some manga, maybe that's different now, but I feel like it's not. The thing is, like, at that time, Japan had a better birth rate. So, like, you're not selling more manga in Japan now than you were selling X-Men comics at the time. Described it as dialing up his... They literally gave him, like, like a keyboard that was strapped to his wrist where he could like, type in which one he wanted. Reminded me of Telefang. Gotta play through those properly sometime. It, like, that thing they gave to... That was, like, a hate crime. I can't believe they did that to him. That's like not a healthy way for him to cope with having DID. I mean, the solution they came up with before that was creating like a weird imagined maximum security prison in his subconscious, and they would just lock away all the personalities individually, especially the more aggressive ones. It's also worth noting another one of Legion's powers that are really fucked up is that he absorbs the souls of dead people. So a couple of his split personalities are real, actual people that he has just absorbed into his brain. Are not imaginary. Like, they're not, like... A few of his split personalities are not hallucinations. They're very specifically actual real people. Which I feel like is a sort of unsolvable moral dilemma of sorts. I mean, Deno just calls on which persona. Yeah, but he knows those guys. That's different. Those four guys just hang out with him. So it's so like like they exist on their own outside of his head. It's not as much of a let's exploit what's wrong. You clearly have very severe mental health problems. Let's exploit that to make your superpowers work better. The X-Men were doing all kinds of fucked up shit at the time. Of course, they had all those signs. When they were on, what was the meteorite they were living on for a while? When they were, like, going extinct, and they had those 3 fucking scientists around. Those guys were freaks. The World War II guy, the lady that tried to cure the mutant gene, and that Canadian dude. What a horrendous bunch of people. they really had to put those people down like animals once they didn't need them around anymore. Really the kind of people Charles Xavier would probably hang out with, honestly. A bunch of people who think they're doing the right thing and do horrendous things. do things that are horrendous and unacceptable. I think I want to bail, actually. I don't want to fight the Ranker. I think I want to get the fuck out of here. But yeah, X-Men really good, Daredevil really good, Heroes for Hire, Moon Knight. It's just that Marvel just doesn't lock in. They've, it's worth pointing out that Marvel has these enormous IPs whose best days are clearly behind them. And I don't think even the biggest Marvel fanboy would realistically argue to you that Marvel today or Marvel at any point in the, near future is going to start making X-Men comics that are like the best X-Men comics there have ever been. Because everyone agrees basically that the run where Storm was the leader of the X-Men is the best X-Men comics. That's like... by sales, that everyone on Earth agrees with that, but I feel like any X-Men fan would have to concede that. And it's like, does anyone really think, is anyone enough of a Marvel fanboy to try to argue that they are going forward now, make better X-Men comics than they had previously? Although they've been doing crazy stuff with Storm herself. I'm always happy to hear about her. Best days behind them, but they have so many good arcs to cover. If they could do it, if they locked in on their IP, for what they have, they could make, amazing comics like they have in the past. I just don't think they can. I don't think they have it. I don't think they have that dog in them, is the thing. There's the potential to do it. The IPs themselves, like Matt Murdock as a character, you could still do it. Peter Parker. It's all still there for them. When did Cyclops turn evil? Did he turn evil? Wasn't he just a terrorist? Or do you mean when he had the Phoenix in him? That also was just him being a terrorist, though. It's hard to say if Scott Summers ever really turns evil, because he's never... The thing is, when he was basically a terrorist, and when he was possessed by the Phoenix and was being a really aggressive terrorist, that's not really that different than how he thinks it behaves normally. You have to understand, he is a very quarrelsome person. He is a sort of difficult man. It's always so funny when, Captain America will try to, level with him and reason with him about stuff. And Scott Summers will not be reasoned with because he's actually not that reasonable of a person. I don't know why Steve Rogers seems to think he can just talk to that guy. I love Scott Summers, but he's a lunatic. He's not like an activist. He's not a practical person. He is like an ideologically driven, violent lunatic. He keeps it together well. He's a good, he presents well. He's a good leader. He's a very capable person, but he's not a reasonable person. And it's always funny, they had that bit where all those mutants were being hunted down, and Scott was basically standing down the fucking the whole Avengers, and they try to talk him down, please stop, be reasonable, we're just trying to enforce the law. And Scott was literally just no, absolutely not. I am violently against your whole society. I will not comply under no circumstances. You cannot get me Yeah, I'm learning things about X-Men today. I didn't really read nearly as... You gotta tap in. There's a lot of good X-Men comics. The thing is about Scott Summers is, like... He seems like a reasonable person, but you have to remember that he was raised as a child soldier in an orphanage because his dad is a deadbeat space criminal. And his brother was raised as an assassin? Havoc had all kinds of shit going on. That's a whole other thing entirely. Scott Summers is a very fucked up person. They also imply that Scott Summers is immune to mind reading because he because he was dating like a telepath when he was a horny teenager. He literally just trained himself to not be mind read. That was some shit they were on for a minute, where like he just overpowered telepaths because he was like, yeah, when I was in high school, I was dating a girl who could read my mind. Like if it was me, I would just handle it. Like, that's not one of his powers. That's just something he can do. It's just a skill he taught himself. The run where Scott's willing to kill no matter... He's always like that, is the thing. Like, he doesn't want to kill people, but he would. He would do it. I thought he just was like a normal dude that played football or something. No. He is a child soldier who is like... Who has basically directly said, like, I will do terrorism against your society because I think it's racist. Because I think I view myself as not human, and you are oppressing my people, and I will violently not comply with that. Like, that is Scott Summers' assessment of the world. And he has said that out loud, like, directly to figures of authority. Like, I think that was literally when Steve Rogers was like running S.H.I.E.L.D. and shit, and he told him straight up, like, I am not part of your society, and I will not comply with it. And if you try to stop me, I will be violent. Like, I will not cooperate. You cannot get me to cooperate. I remember about his family, man, fucked up bunch of people. The Summers. I mean, fucking Cable is his like nephew or something. Like, every single member of his family is some kind of freak. His dad is like a deadbeat space pirate. You know, Havoc is that's a whole can of worms unto itself. It's all a mess. It's all a disaster. Scott Summers, he really has a lot to... You really, you know, when you start unpacking his whole life, you really start to understand how he got the way he is. But he's like... He's not a normal guy. Some wild shit for the guy with laser eyes. I mean, they're not actually laser eyes. They open a portal to a dimension of pure force. I still think they should lock in and do a bit where he can, like, choose to push himself with the lasers. Imagine if he could, like, fly around by shooting them at the ground. They're not, yeah, laser eyes. It's not, I mean, they're not lasers. It's just pure kinetic energy extracted from a different dimension. Because I-beams don't burn. Yeah, they're not lasers. Like, it's kinetic energy. It's not heat or anything. It's not electrical energy. It's not heat. It's not laser. It's not light. It's like some kind of other shit entirely. Banshee does it by screaming at the ground. I forget. Yeah, Banshee. I forget exactly how his flying works, but it is related to his sound powers. That he... I forget exactly how that functions, but he does use his sonic screams to fly like a flying squirrel. It's a weird... That guy was always weird. There's a lot of weird as fuck X-Men characters. that guy's another weirdo. Almost all the X-Men have really fucked up family lives. I mean, they have fucking Illyana in Marvel Rivals. Do people know who Magic is? Like, Colossus and Magic... My guy, Colossus, and his sister, that's also a whole situation. That's a whole thing to unpack. Illyana was trapped in hell, and she became a demon, and they never, like, fixed that. Like, she's still a demon. Like, they just kind of, I feel like they just, I don't know where they're at in the comics now, but they always just kind of glossed over on the fact that
that she lived for years in hell as a demon and was still a demon when they got her back, and they were not able to fix that. And that's just the way she is now. And they've never been able to resolve it. It's like, it's a little bit of a whole situation. I guess Cyclops is held back mentally from controlling his eye beams. I mean, I don't think you can control that. Like, if you understand what those are and how those work, it's like... I don't... The thing is, there isn't recoil, but I do think they should, like, do a thing with his visor where he could choose to have recoil. And just, like, push himself around. It would be kind of funny. It would be an interesting addition to his power set. Although he gets a lot done, considering his powers are pretty dead simple. Well, I mean, they're not simple. They're mechanically simple. Okay, let me skip one more day, and then I'll do free rank, and then I'll probably raid somebody. The whole bit where, like, after Hope... they did a really funny bit for a while. I don't know if they're still on this, but they did a bit where, like, when Cyclops was, you know, off acting up as he does and being a terrorist, basically, Logan actually locked in and opened a school for mutants. Like, they had the reversal where Logan was trying to be the good boy and Scott was being the unstable one. And it was a really funny dynamic. Fucking Headmaster Logan. It's funny how Logan is actually one of the more well-adjusted X-Men, I would say, because his situation is worse than almost anyone's, but he's kind of okay with it, is the thing. Like, he doesn't really mind that much. And he never especially has. Every now and then he has to deal with some, like, Weapon X shit. But most of the time he's just kind of chilling. He's just drinking beers. Like, if you know Logan's whole story, you'd think it would bother him more. But it kind of doesn't. He's sort of a funny character in that way. Thanks for yapping and being yapped to. I'm off to dinner. Okay, have a good dinner. I'm almost done with this stream too. I'm just gonna play for a bit more. It's always hard to keep track of how much of Logan's own story he knows himself, because he doesn't remember any of it, but every now and then he learns a lot of... He gets like a lore dump when he gets dragged into some random, like, Weapon X shit. I would have to, like, literally look up and do research to figure out how much of Logan's own... Like, I know his own story, at least most of it, but he definitely doesn't know that much of it himself. Like, he doesn't fucking remember being James Howlett. And I don't think he especially cares, is the thing. But it's always a little bit hard to keep track of, like, how much of that he's aware of. I feel like he has more or less the gist of it. I wonder if he knows how old he is. The only things he cares about is where he's gonna knit his next whiskey, am I right? Yeah. It's the only thing he's fucking thinking about. They gotta bring back Thunderbird. Or somebody like him. I miss that guy. He's probably dead. It's always hard to keep track of which Marvel characters are and aren't dead. Okay. Let me get out of here. And then let's see who's alive. Also, Superhero 60, hello. I like X-Men. Me too. I love the X-Men. I wish Marvel was more serious about it. Marvel has to lock the fuck in. They have so much good IP that they are responsible for and are just not living up to. And I don't really expect them to be able to, but it is their responsibility to do so. The big shoes they can never fill, but they got to put in a better shift. I don't know. I haven't read as many comics recently, so maybe they're doing better than I thought. A lot of the new Ultimate stuff is apparently really good. People have been talking about it. They got fucking Namor in there now, of all people. Namor is such a funny character because he's just an asshole. Like, he's had his bits and stuff, but like literally his character has always been that he's an asshole, and he's like never. It's always just so unapologetic. I really like Namor. He's like blatantly a narcissist. He's blatantly an asshole. He's blatantly a selfish jerk. And that's just who he is. Like, and we make no apologies. That's just the kind of guy he is. But he fought in World War II. You gotta respect it. please, man, you gotta understand. He's a veteran. Listen, you just gotta respect it. Anyway, who's on Twitch? Please don't play my own stream to me. That's that's sort of noisy. A lot of people are live. Jeez, everybody gets up this early now. I rated him recently. Who should I pick? Maybe Cook Both. Oh, this cat is live. I'll send you guys over to watch a cat develop video games. She's fun. Also, I think she just started. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. I know who we're gonna read. /read. Okay, and let me get the raid message. Okay, but yeah, I'll see you in the Discord in 30 minutes to watch Tokusatsu stuff. Anime watch along tomorrow. Front Mission 2 on Monday. I'm going to be playing a weird Steam game on Tuesday. I don't know how much of it has English translations. I can at least play some of it, so I will. And maybe I'll struggle through some of the Japanese too. But it's a really cute game about customizable robots, which it's like, man, I said on Twitter I talked to the developer. I replied to them on Twitter. Like this reminds me of Metabots, and they liked and retweeted it. It's like, yes, we get it. It's hearts and minds out here. So we have an understanding. I see. But yeah, and then on Thursday I'm gonna play more Wolfstride, and on Wednesday, we're gonna watch Attack of the Giant Teacher, which is like an Ultraman spoof. But yeah, movies, anime, all that good stuff. See you later. Copy that raid message. Okay.